Recording.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm well.
Woohoo! And the Dragon Number 95 here. Hello, everyone. How y'all doing?
Yep. How you guys feeling today? Oh, yeah. Anyways, well, I had this little idea for for a while now, and well, at least the one who helped out a lot because this came into my brain sometime. I can't explain it. I'm too giggly and all today, but yeah, it was. How do we explain this?
Well, this idea sort of came up when there was a Klonoa fanfiction about an AU where Klonoa goes to a school.
Oh yeah, almost like I remember basing it off a little bit of Remember Rescue Me, but a different take, and there was more vital characters going into the AU instead of just how can I say uh instead of you know one and two characters from Klonoa one and Klonoa two.
We're expanding that.
Yep, I'm thinking about maybe other characters from the Empire Dreams, Dream Torment, and some other places.
Yeah,
But
there are different characters involved in this. And also, just a bit of a heads up. This AU, Bats is alive, but him and Jenga aren't partners anymore. They're exes. Ex-partners. Ex-partners in crime. They're ex-partners that are bounty hunters.
yes, well, honestly, we'll get more in the backstory on what happened to them, but right now, we were just thinking about like how Klonoa would go to this new school that not King, Emperor
Emperor
Julius would.
Julius.
Yeah, Emperor Julius would be running. It would be a school just for the kids of maybe would be like maybe it's a school or maybe it would be a college. What do you think?
I
A
think
school has
it's.
college?
I think it would definitely be the equivalency of a, um, that type of the school that's connected to a college, and it's for very gifted and skilled students.
Oh yeah,
But
definitely
there's
be
also a
something.
rival school as well that's
Oh
trying to. I think we should go with is that they're trying to steal whatever ideas they can have to have an advantage, because rival schools, they would have tournaments and such just to see who is the more superior school.
yeah.
And the one who actually runs that school is, was it Gonius or was it not Tomb?
I totally forgot. I think it was. I think it was Gaudius.
Honestly, I think for that sake, Gaudius, because it would be more interesting because we rarely see much of this guy.
I know we need more of him. He's just really, really amazing.
Yeah, if anything, he's definitely more interested than Tomb. I'm looking at you, beach volleyball.
Beach volleyball. You guys already know how I feel about beach volleyball.
Yeah, he's just awkward looking. At least the others look fine.
Right.
Anyways, how would Klonoa basically be? Like, where would he be living?
well, I'm thinking this school would take place hmm, maybe between Vlog City. Wait, that's a dangerous place. Maybe just in the Kingdom of Julius or something. What do you call
Yeah,
the kingdom?
the Kingdom of Dreams.
Yeah, that area. We just thought maybe it'd be much safer, and well, I'm thinking maybe it's not just a school. It does have a little church area for Claire.
Yeah. because she is still practicing to be part of that.
Lolo, yes. Sorry,
The
guys, we're getting
the
dismissed.
religion of Claire.
Yeah, but that like would be a special part of the school. Maybe it'll have
Yes.
its own little church area.
Yeah, like those Sunday schools.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
You know, I like to think that Klonoa does get an invite, and him and Grandpa were, aka Jeremiah, they would actually be moving out of their old home.
Curse. Yeah, and this one, Jeremiah is still around.
Yeah, and the idea is that this is my sort of ideal canon thing, is that Cabots live a very long time, meaning he's still kicking. I am over 150 years old and I'm still kicking, boy.
Boy. Boy. Oh,
What?
gosh.
What, is that what the young kids are saying nowadays?
Grandpa.
Grandpa,
you?
please.
Who taught him that word? I know I'm bringing home, but oh wait, maybe Papa did it.
Now, what about the parents? Honestly, would
Oh, the parents. Oh, let's go with that. We still had to make fan pictures about Lolo and Lolo's hair family, and I don't know
yeah
about Papa. I think Papa would be the adopted child. Because
yeah he's like a younger brother to Lolo.
yeah, I'm thinking that Lolo might have found him, and then Lolo's parents, or maybe Lolo would have maybe a dad, or maybe just a mom, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Who knows? Maybe they'll divorce.
yeah, and she does live a rather I guess you could say a little upper class, but not very mean, because it's Lolo.
Yeah. What if? Oh, what if Lolo
Sorry.
was just have a rich papa,
Yeah.
and I don't know, his maybe how papa went to that same school, and he's like, you know what? You're going to this school. You're going to this academy.
She'll make friends.
Of course, she's gonna make so much friends.
Yes.
This is so sweet, and there was this
Oh,
idea. Oh, sorry,
oh.
sorry. There was
And the other thing I want to bring is that Arrow, he would actually arrive late in the school, like a few days, because he was
maybe.
he was a little bit on his travels.
Oh, I thought we were going with him staying with his auntie
Yeah.
until I don't know, his auntie might have got sick, or maybe couldn't take care of him anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So she might have gave up the custody to Grandpa until she gets better. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
We still have to find out more about it, but I got the idea of Klonoa and them having an auntie, because in Heroes they said that Klonoa had an auntie.
Yet we never see anyone like that.
But it's an interesting idea. I really like it.
And if you say so.
But anyways, about the parents, we're going back. Of course,
Yeah.
Jeremiah would be good friends with Julius, I bet. So that why maybe Julius would maybe recognize, or I can say that word.
Recognize?
Not recognize. It's request Klonoa to join his school.
Yeah.
Because he could totally see so much potential with Klonoa.
Yeah, he's a bright and good kid.
And he's very well, maybe he has some special talents that Julius wants the boy to proceed with him.
Oh, maybe maybe by just a complete um accident or something. Maybe maybe when Julius was not on school property and such, he's just roaming and such. Maybe he came across Klonoa and actually saw just him doing something that would indicate that he would be good to have in the school.
Oh yeah, the school helps kids, well, become smarter or something like that. It is a school. Maybe it'd be like something like a hero school.
Yeah. Wait, that's not. Wait, it's almost like My Hero Academia.
Oh no, Klonoa is gonna be Deku, and Guts is gonna be Bakugo. Bakugo.
Todoroki, I think.
Todoroki was the cool guy, so cool guy has to be King.
King of Sorrow.
Yeah, King of Soul would be Todoroki. But yeah, but again, let's go back to the thing.
Yeah, back to the thing.
Maybe you'll see how good of a fighter Klonoa is. I mean, maybe he was getting attacked by some very dangerous move, but Klonoa comes in at the right time.
Yeah.
Like, Klonoa is just in the same area. Maybe Julius was actually going to do like I don't know, visit Lolo's dad or to see how Lolo is for the school.
And then these aggressive Moo come out.
Of course. I mean, those things are still a hazardous, dangerous. Definitely gonna be troublesome to the king, emperor.
Yes.
I keep stuttering over my words. I can't help it, guys.
And Klonoa, he basically would come in with his wind sword.
Oh yes.
It's something that Grandpa literally gave to him.
Maybe it'd be like a birthday gift for his. I don't know how old do you think Klonoa would be?
I think he would be around like 13 to 14 years old.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry guys, I just been moving around in my bed.
Meaning Klonoa he sounds like how he does in his second game. Like he does sound like he's dropping in puberty.
Yeah, your audio glitches.
I'm sorry. Are you?
Fine.
What I'm trying to say is that, yeah, Klonoa, he would sound like how he did in 2.
Oh, of course. Keep that voice.
Yeah, he would have that kind of voice. And he would be a bit taller, meaning he is slightly, very, very close to how he looked in the Wii version.
Oh, yes.
Why do I have a feeling that the outfit he would wear is, that type of outfit he wore in the Wii version, except it's blue, not red?
Oh, yeah. Maybe something like that would just fit him. It would just be so cute.
Yeah. Even if Klonoa is a little taller and such, he would still be getting complimented on how skilled he was and how skilled he is and how cute he can be. I think he'd be a bit flustered with being called cute.
I think, yeah, it would be like King Julius would be like, how can this kid fight? He's so small, and innocent, but how can one kid be so strong against these moves?
Yeah. It goes, took care of them. Are you okay, mister?
Oh, I'm right now, thanks to you. Well, I gotta say, you're quite a fighter, ain't you?
Thanks.
Well, I might as well introduce myself. I am Julius. I run a school nearby. And your name is?
Klonoa. And
Klonoa.
And I'm from Breezegale.
Easel. Wait a minute. You wouldn't know happen to be related to Jeremiah, right?
Yep, he's my grandfather.
Ah, that figures, because I could totally see your grandpa in you. Well, you seem very talented, but I must be on my way. Perhaps I will visit your grandpa later on. But until then, I'll see you around. He takes his leave.
Yeah, yeah, that didn't. Yeah, there was there was nothing weird about it. It was just that Julius was surprised.
Of course.
Also, I could totally see him wearing just a normal attire that wasn't school attire.
You know what? I'm gonna be silly. I'm gonna be silly a little bit. What if Julius was actually wearing um a striped shirt?
A striped shirt.
A striped shirt, like I don't know, maybe pink and red or something, or pink or something, just something like a big red and white sweater or something like that. Because I don't know, maybe it's like kind of the cold season up there.
Oh, and Klonoa, he would have actually had his fur more grown
Fluffy.
out.
Yes.
I also
There's
like to believe that Cabots, they also basically have their fur like in different coats. Like if it's cold, they're gonna get fluffy. If it's gonna be summer, then it's gonna be like less.
what fits just in case. I mean, I don't know if Riga gets snow maybe a few times or something like that. It's hard to know the weather. But it is a good an idea.
Yeah.
Because Julius would later on after visiting Lolo's father or Lolo's place, he would definitely go visit Jeremiah and tell him on ask him about the Klonoa.
Yeah. Of course, Jeremiah would actually mention that Klonoa does in fact have a sibling, and it would actually be nice if he would also transfer to the school because he would actually get the news that their aunt is not doing so well.
True. I think this would well, of course it's gonna take a little bit maybe again you said in a few days after Klonoa joins, so
Yes.
maybe in next week, maybe the week after Klonoa joins.
Yeah, something like that.
So pretty much Klonoa goes first and then Arrow comes. But it's just I like the idea of having Arrow. It's just so sweet.
Oh yeah, if you guys don't know, Arrow is based on the scrapped design for the 2008 version of the game that was going to be for Wii. But the design was just cool. It was actually unique and pretty cool that it could actually be its own character. And the fact that he looks similar to Klonoa, the Klonoa we know, you know what? I'll make this guy his older brother. And the rest is history.
Yes.
At first, you didn't
And
really like it. At first, you seemed a little bit unsure about him.
it's because of the voice. It's the voice.
But now that you basically have gotten accustomed to Arrow and how he is as a character,
Oh, I got used to him really fast. Not really
you
fast. I don't know how.
you really liked him as a character.
Yeah, at least he has its own thing, and well, honestly, the Wii version of the voice is still bothers me a bit. But hey, at least it was something instead of nothing.
And also on the bright side, I am going to be working on that story.
Oh yeah, she was making a story on Arrow's past, right?
Yes, And the other one is going to be based on the Wii story, but with some added content.
Oh yes. Is this really good? But
Anywho's,
oh yeah, back to Julius and Grandpa.
yeah,
He would.
they're like, I can imagine that Jeremiah has met Julius multiple times, even visited his homeland.
His place, his kingdom. Oh yeah. I think I think it would be like, I don't know, Jeremiah will be like in the uh, in his younger years he would definitely be helping Julius out. I mean, I know the canon or something like that Julius is actually around his 20s or something like that.
Yeah,
He's a young man, but actually still doing a pretty good, awesome job as the emperor and the principal.
wait a minute, he's in his 20s. Dear God, he's as old as Mordred.
Oh gosh. Wait, where can I see those? Oh wait, remember the Sonic one? The Sonic AU crossover
Let's
with
see that
Klonoa?
for another time because I want to talk about that at some point.
I know, but I love that idea. I'm sorry guys, it's just that idea and this A school AU idea was all were the two good ones, and those other ones were coming up with ideas and stuff like that.
Yeah, like Klonoa and Balin. I know I'm gonna plan one with Knights, and the other would be is Kirby.
I still only have one Kirby game, and that's Kirby Returns to Dreamland.
Oh, there are other Kirby games out there now.
I know it's the same that the only Kirby game I have is the Return to Dreamland.
I know.
Well, you have to play as Kirby and then there's the other three guys.
Yeah, day to day, Meta Knight, Bandana Day.
And I don't know, they're helping this freaking alien thing. But
Yeah,
let's never get
Magalore.
back.
But
Yeah.
anyways, back. Let's get off of that. Sorry,
Let's
people.
get back.
Sometimes this happens, but hey, we're just doing this for fun.
Yeah, we're not. I don't think I'll upload mine because again, I want to keep my ideas
That's okay.
just in case. But anyways,
And
I will either erase
yeah,
back with Grandpa and Julie still. You don't even get off that. But hey, I still have the idea. Ah,
yeah. They would actually. They would actually sit and talk.
oh yeah, Grandpa would definitely be happy to be surprised when he sees Julius around their area because it's very rare.
Why could I imagine that? Gives him like a hug, cause you know.
Of course, Julius would have to go on down level.
Yes.
Grandpa would definitely be the type of guy to get up and grab pillows and put them on the floor for Julius to sit down.
Yes.
He just okay pillows. Okay, I'll get the tea. No, I'll get the tea. Both of them fighting in the middle. Who's gonna get the
I
tea?
can imagine Klonoa coming back, just like seeing this.
Seeing the both of them just having fun talking to each other and arguing who's gonna get the tea. Ready?
And I can imagine Klonoa actually helping out because it's a little ridiculous.
Of course. Like, which tea are they gonna pick? Like, what tea are they gonna pick out? But hey, Klonoa would pick a good tea, I think.
Yeah, something like green tea or something.
Oh yeah, or maybe the specialty kind of tea.
Yeah, like a soothing tea.
Oh yes. Just seeing the two of them just be
Wait, I
really
just
sweet.
realized something. What if in this sort of AU, if Julius is having a little bit of some trouble sleeping, it's not because of Bagoo. No. What if because he's what if he's like stressed or something from certain like days of school or something he works?
Oh yeah, it'd be sleep for pride. sleep something. I don't know
Yeah,
what you call
sleep
it, guys.
deprived.
Yeah.
And he would and there's a special kind of tea that allows others to have better time sleeping.
Oh yes. It'll be some kind of. It would come from a specific kind of flower, but then again, it'll be interesting. Maybe Grandpa would be the only one who knows how to harvest the tea. No,
Yeah,
harvest
and
the flower.
maybe during one of his trips he actually gave that to Julius to help.
Oh yeah.
That cured his insomnia.
Yeah. Why can I see Grandpa just walking into Julius' office because, hey, he'd just be, I don't know, he just wanted to see how his friend is doing, and then he'd be like, you know what? I got some tea for you, buddy. I can help you.
Yeah. Just,
just,
I know just the thing to help you, my friend.
he makes it for him. One sip of the tea, just, Julius is down, just
Yeah,
down.
he's out like a light.
Yeah.
But he does have a peaceful sleep afterwards.
Yeah. I don't know who would be the wait. Who would be the vice principal? Maybe one of the guards, maybe, or somebody. Hmm. And they found him as he was sleeping on the table, wakes him up, and then does like a paper hanging over his head. Oh, I'm going over my things. Ah!
Yeah.
sorry, speaking to me. But then again, it's just something sweet that the both of them see each other again from a very long time.
Yeah.
Julius would definitely ask Jeremiah if Klonoa can come to his school and maybe move closer to the school area because they do live a far distance.
Yeah. Plus, Jeremiah would think that Klonoa would definitely need the school knowledge and such.
The extra boost because he is learning the ring, so he still needs to learn all its abilities and
Now,
stuff.
Klonoa's he's not stupid, but there are points where it makes you wonder, does this kid not have school?
Yeah, I think Grandpa would teach him a little bit. I mean,
As best he could, because homeschool.
a curse, but Julius definitely would help Grandpa get him into the right classes that he needs.
Yeah. Klonoa ain't a special needs kind of child, but he is sort of a gifted child.
Yes, but it's interesting. Talking.
So, yeah, when he does meet up at Lolo's place, definitely speaking with her father, and Lola would overhear, and she would be a bit unsure about this school.
Oh, curse, because this is something new. He's never been far out there.
But Popka, pretty certain he would be down. He would definitely be there as well. Not with her, but he would be. I think he would see that Lolo look unsure. Thus, he would march up as the man saying, "Well, she's going. I'm going too."
What is this? A phantom beast inside the house.
Oh, Popka, I am so sorry.
Oh my! You took me by surprise, but are you sure you want to join my school? It's kind of. How can I say this? For special people.
I'm just making sure that she's not alone. Plus, I could use that too, if it's not too much trouble, at least.
Hmm. Well, the more I look at you, You do look intelligent, unlike the others. Hmm. How about you stop by the schools and we'll see if you can give you a test.
And I can imagine him going to meet with Lolo, and she would be questioning, you would really do that? Well, what do you take from me? Besides, I know how you get. It's best not. Hey, it's better than going alone and shaking like a leaf until you fall. Wouldn't want you to fall like a stack of dominoes on your first day. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks, Popka.
You just be so bit straight. And yeah, Julius would have to give. I think Julius would give them a test on seeing how, how the brain works or something like that. Like what class they go to.
Oh my god. And then, oh my god, Chipple. Chippy.
I
Chipple
think
boy.
okay, this is what I think for Chipple. I think Chipple would be like the type of guy to do sports, so that's how he got in because what do you call it?
He's a sports guy.
Yeah, he got into the school because he's a sports guy, and I don't know.
He's also doing this to try and help set a good example for his siblings, because he does have siblings.
Oh yeah, too bad we don't even see them. But honestly, if I could think of, maybe he would have 2 brothers and a sister.
Yeah. Like, you go, big bro! You got this! We'll be cheering you on!
Of course. I like this one picture I found on Tumblr. Yeah, people, I sneak around on Tumblr. Don't get mad at me. But
It's okay.
But there's this picture of him having having a baseball outfit, and I always think that he would always do baseball.
Yeah, not just boxing.
Yeah, there's maybe there's other sports like maybe soccer and stuff like that.
Well, he is a kangaroo.
Yeah, but it's just I think it would fit in as goes into the school as
And oh my god, volleyball.
Oh yeah, volleyball.
Well, and why do I imagine they have like a pool as well?
Oh.
Klonoa would be petrified because he can't swim.
You know what? Just for jokes and sits, Julius would be like, "Oh my, can't swim? Wait, I have a good idea." Grabs one of those floating donuts and put it over Klonoa. There, you're ready for the water. Yeah. Okay, you're ready to go.
And he's just like, well, it's better than drowning.
Oh, maybe we should prepare you more. He makes all floaties around Klonoa.
And Klonoa is just like embarrassed, and Popka is just like, oh, I can imagine Popka being like, well, they did say extra safety.
Safety is our priority here.
Yep. I can imagine like guns. He would actually find it amusing.
Oh yeah, guys, we're putting guns in other people in
Because
here.
of course you can't have without the boy.
And guys don't kill me for this, but he's kind of not gonna be nice to Klonoa at first.
Yeah, he's kind of a jerk. But there's
Good-
reasons.
Pretty much reasons, but I could totally see Guns being the asshole he is at the first week, pushing Klonoa in.
Yeah, he's just like, and he just walks by where Klonoa is like nervous. He's looking down and he's not sure. And then Guns would walk by and then like push him in.
Yeah.
Dude, Mike, what you do that for? I didn't do anything. He slipped in.
You can hear the Klonoa voice.
Or
Klonoa
maybe this term. What? You look like you could use an extra push.
Oh yes, that fits. But luckily, the others there to help Klonoa. But hey, the what if they try to help him, but they just see him floating down on his back? It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? He's just so cute.
Yeah. And
But
oh, you know how some people would get water up their nose and such, and
oh
they would
yeah,
get and they would get kind of dizzy because of the chlorine.
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Imagine that happening to Klonoa. Now
oh
he wouldn't be sick, but he would need to at least rest for a little bit.
of course. But I could totally see Paka in maybe Yupo playing a trick on
Yeah.
Guns or something like that.
Oh,
So
speaking of
to pay
Hupo,
back.
Hupo will be a transfer student.
Oh yeah, I know his parents might put him in a private school, but I think his parents would like want him to,
Socialize and make friends.
Yeah.
He may be a prince, but he at least deserves to have friends.
Yeah.
Also, in this AU, he's not a friggin' manipulator.
In this AU, he's just gonna be good friends with Klonoa.
He may have a little sass, but he would be friends with Klonoa.
Because Klonoa, Paka, Lolo, of course, both of them.
Yes. Oh, how would Leorina basically show up?
I'm thinking maybe Theo would work as. I don't. Okay, people, I'm just thinking here.
She would be like the school council president,
Maybe something like that.
or I mean,
Maybe
it
Theo was
means
going
she
to
is like
school.
the boss or something.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Now she wouldn't be as mean as Guns, but well, let's
She
just
would.
say
Let's just. She would be a little bit tough on the students because she is the, how can I say it, the school president or something like that.
yeah, she is let's just say she boss girl.
Not too bad, but it would be interesting.
And she would be an old friend of Guns.
Of course, most of them would be going to school for a while now.
Also, sorry, moment.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's fine.
Sorry. It's annoying when you have stuff in your throat.
If we want to take a break, we could.
It's okay.
All right. But yeah, and with Tat would follow the arena around.
Of course, she would mess with Klonoa.
And the others, of course, but most of the time would have to be Guns because it could be easy.
Yeah, and how Guns is kind of awkward around like other girls.
Of course, I think
But
it would take a while to warm up to Lyria, but since they've been going to school for a while now, I think both of them would be the type of joking around guys.
yeah, they would. I think a nickname she would call him to be like just a just to tease him a bit, like say pup or something.
Pop, Mr. Goggles,
Miss Still trying to be
Mr.
a gold digger like your old man, huh, pup? Hey, watch what you're saying, pirate.
Pirate, Rose, I don't know, Thief. I don't. I think he will only call her a thief if I don't know. honesty really ticks him off.
Yes. And here's another character that's actually kind of important. Siryu.
Oh yeah, you guys, we actually have a good idea for him, but all I'm gonna say is that he's the security guard.
Yes. And he's really good at it.
Yep, and he's just really awesome guy.
And I can imagine him actually breaking up fights.
If they're on his time zone or whatever, he's at school. I think he's the security guard at through the day. Maybe not through the day, through the night. So pretty much he'll be there at nighttime, but maybe special occasions, beginning of the school year, he would be there for the day.
Yes. And he would
But
actually witness Guns' behavior.
yeah, he would be wondering why is he acting such a brat.
And I'm pretty and it's pretty clear that if Guns were to see him, he would stop because he doesn't want to get in trouble.
Oh, curse. I mean, Soyu knows his dad a lot.
Yes.
It
was say, Guns, are you messing with the new kids on the first day? You know your pop wouldn't like to hear about this. Would he? And he's like, no. Good. Now hurry on to your class. Klonoa would be rather surprised that Guns backed off so easily.
Oh, curse. Of course. Nobody fights with the dragon guy.
Yeah, and I like to think that Siryu would have to physically pick up Guns by the scruff of his neck or something.
Oh, I think maybe he would just go behind Guns and talk to him, and then Guns would just, pin his ears down and then walk off.
It's like, is there a problem?
Well, he is intimidating, so you can be.
Yes, but off the clock, he's pretty chill.
Okay, during school he's a tough guy. Then
Yes.
off the clock he's just all friendly friendly guy.
Yeah, because
Yes, we all know. We all know. I know. Who's all? Is somebody else listening?
Yeah. So, Guns' dad bats.
Oh yes, definitely going to have. I think he would be like definitely maybe the gym teacher. Oh no, I think Ego would be the gym teacher, and then him. I think Bats would be the homeroom teacher and the one who be teaching after classes.
Yeah. Also, I'm actually gonna add this little detail. He would actually have like a scar on him. I'm not sure where he would have it, but I definitely know that he would actually have it after an incident.
What if it's on his ear, like somewhere
Yeah,
around
like like a chipped ear.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But he would also have like a sort of slight scarring on his head.
Head, other parts of his body, but mostly he has to cover up because Julius would be like, he'd be very embarrassed if he finds his teeth going around without no shirt.
Unless, of course, he's working in the gym.
Oh no, if he takes his shirt off in the gym, a lot of girls are gonna be screaming after him.
He just says it's flattering, but focus.
Because
Because, he would be the type, he would take it as a compliment or it's flattering, but he reminds them that this is school.
This is school.
And this is a class.
This is a school, a class. And especially. Never mind.
Why do I honestly get the feeling that because he has a good sense of smell and such, why do I have the feeling that he would actually pick up that? You know how certain schools that some students they vape and such in like restrooms and such. What if he basically picks some troublesome kids doing that?
Oh no, the troublesome kids are going to lead us so much pain, so much detention.
Yeah, and if they try to flee, well, he would get them.
Oh, he's fast.
Yeah, he is well built.
A curse? He gotta keep up his pose. I mean, if he doesn't, he would be a fluffy teacher.
Yeah, like he would have the gut and all that.
Yep.
But no, he's got abs.
I mean, the guy. If you haven't seen any, you haven't seen the. If you guys didn't see the pictures of him, you guys would understand why.
Yeah, I mean, he is a dad.
I'm sorry, guys.
Anyway, should we talk about Jenga?
Oh yeah, I think Jinga would definitely be a teacher too, not just a teacher in that school, but he's especially another teacher in a different school.
Yeah, he actually would go and be like a homeroom teacher.
He's the homeroom teacher, and then there's the other school, the school that goes by night. He would be. I say he would be something like maybe an activity teacher. Or you ever cover those things? Things.
Yep.
Sorry, people.
And Klonoa, he would actually notice Guns' sort of attitude change, how he's like glaring over at Jenga.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't really get it, but he
This would
would
be.
want to know.
Yeah, this would be like in the middle of the month. Maybe there would be. Would there be a since Jinga is a homeroom teacher, you'll only be passing by him a few times, and maybe in one of the classes that they need a backup teacher, and Jinga takes it for a while.
Yes. And then there's like a conversation between him and Bats.
Oh yes.
It would actually be kind of tense.
Oh yeah. This is just gonna be something. It's something interesting.
Some drama.
But before they can get really, really physical with the drama, the vice principal, whoever that is, would break it up. I still need to think of who would be the right vice principal.
Yeah, I wondered it too. Well, you know how we mentioned how there's a sort of, you know how we mentioned how Siri has known Guns' dad for a while. Well, okay, we might as well say this. The incident is that Jenga and Bats, they were having a really heated argument where Jenga had accidentally had hit Bats so hard that he landed near like a bookshelf or something. Something landed on his head and he was bleeding. And Guns, who was very small, he reacted immediately. Instead of going after Jenga, you know, instead of trying to shoot him, he actually called Siryu.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, speed dial.
It'd be definitely something because, again, Suryu is still a cop, but he's a special kind of cop.
Yeah. And Jenga, he went to jail.
Yeah, I think well, let's just say he was there for quite a while when he's supposed to be there for a longer time. But let's just say some witch bastard got him out.
Yeah. They definitely got him out.
Yep, and well, let's just say he got hired to the school because he is kind of in this AU. He's actually kind of related to the emperor.
Yeah, he's related to Julius, like a distant cousin.
Yeah, a cousin that not a close cousin, but a cousin that's kind of near. But he's the only family he could look up to.
Yes.
And no, people, it's not Julius who got him out.
Yeah, I don't think Julius would have actually known what Jenga had done.
Oh, of course. I think it'd be way before. I think it'll be very maybe a few years before he finds out or something like that.
Yeah.
But apparently, I think that Jenga needed a. He thinks that Jenga needed a new job since I don't know. Jenga's been hanging around his place for a long time, and he needs a job.
Yeah, he can't be freeloading.
Yep. He's just like, you know what? You've been freeloading me off of me for a long time now. Perhaps you should work in my school now.
And he's like, wait, what?
Yeah, I'll pay you well if you start teaching.
Which kind of job is available in there?
Well, there's a homeroom teacher, and then, well, sometimes teachers do get sick, so perhaps, what do you call those people? Student teachers? Tutors or something. Some teachers, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Well, then, I guess you start next year.
I can imagine some of the lessons Jenga would actually teach is he would talk about the type of adventures he's had.
Oh, of course.
And how he's a really skilled hunter.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps history a teacher, and that would be something like perhaps something like brain go hurts.
Do you need me to get the bonker?
I'm fine. I'm just thinking what would fit bats.
I think if Jenga couldn't teach, he would take over.
Oh, of course, that class.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would definitely be a homeroom teacher along with a different class to teach.
Why do I imagine him wearing like a casual attire?
Oh, because he needs to wear different outfits. Well,
yeah,
special occasions.
You know how Bats' fur looks a little scruffy at points? Why could I imagine that he would just like, I don't know, trim it?
Oh yes, he would definitely have to trim it at times, especially have special tools. You said.
This also goes for his ponytail.
Yes, he puts his hair in a ponytail.
Like Gunt's. This just proves that their fur is that long. What if one of the kids like Popka actually pulled like a little trick and actually got Bats' hair down? Because the kids were that curious what it looked like.
Oh yeah, sure.
And he would get sent to detention because of it.
Of course, because you never mess with somebody's mane.
Yeah, and I can imagine Guns just. I think he would just find it amusing.
Oh, of course, because nobody would have seen him without his ponytail. Only Guns in.
Oh, why do I imagine the moment that why do I imagine Bats slightly making jokes and Guns is embarrassed about some of them?
Because what's it about dad jokes? Oh, remember the idea for Pingle?
Yes.
I thought of Pingle being like a teacher too, and his son Boris is going to the same school because
Yes.
Julius would know Pingle as well. Julius gets around lots,
Yes.
and I think Pingle would be maybe a math teacher because
Yes, because bombs and all that.
oh yes.
And is it weird that I could see him actually reading to like the younger kids?
Oh yeah. He would definitely help with the reading. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Didn't we say that Grandpa would sometimes come visit the school and do some reading as well?
Yes. Yes, and Klonoa, even though he's a little older, he still enjoys the stories.
Of course. Klonoa would be the one to go in the library slowly trying to be sneaky and try to listen to the stories.
And why do I imagine Guns? He at first think it's kind of weird, but the fact that that Jeremiah actually is pretty knowledgeable.
He'd be interested in all the stories that Grandpa has.
Yeah, and he too will be amazed.
Yeah.
I could kind of see like Siriu or Bats actually taking a peek at that.
Oh yeah. Of course. Would it be the first time Bats and Jeremiah would know each other, or would it be, I don't know, Jeremiah and them would meet later, perhaps earlier?
I think they would meet earlier.
Yeah, maybe Julius would introduce them to each other.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe a teacher and teacher
Why do I
and
why do I imagine that Jeremiah would be like, oh, I didn't think you were hiring a giant. Because he's so tall.
of course.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Shiragami here is kind of one of our homeroom teachers.
I also work as a gym teacher here.
Along with our other giants over there, points at Diego.
Yes.
Just Julius would definitely have the tall people in it, and Grandpa would be like, "Why are you hiring all these tall people?"
I'm what? I feel suddenly so small. Well, if you're so small, then I guess I must be normal size. And then I was like, Dad, why? Or maybe Guns just has that feeling, how his mane rustles and such? And one of them is like, hey, what's wrong? I get the feeling my dad said something stupid.
My dad's doing jokes and I can feel it.
Yeah, that would actually be a slight thing.
Okay. But this would be a parent and meet the teacher. Well, Baptist meet himself.
Yes.
He definitely drew the joke to himself, like shaking his own hand, like, "Hello, Mr. Tsunogami, I am Mr. Tsunogami." But definitely, I think Lafitte would definitely be helping with the choir.
Yeah, because she is a singer.
And I think that would be wonderful jobs. I don't know, fun jobs to do.
I want to say this right now. She actually has a sort of connection with Gaudius.
Oh yeah.
Like they used to be sweethearts, but things didn't work out.
It's more. I think it would be more like.
Or you have something else in mind.
Oh no, I think they would be sweethearts, but I don't know. Maybe they might have moved away from each other and just, how can I say it?
Long distance relationships didn't work.
No, they just couldn't see each other much often or something like that. Slowly drifted apart.
Aside from like letters.
Oh yeah, of course. He would always send letters to her.
And I know in the manga, Gaudius is a sucker for romance novels.
Which
I actually want to
think
keep that small detail in there.
Of course.
Which is why I think he would send Joka to be the drama teacher.
And okay. And didn't we remember that Garland was gonna be the science teacher?
Yes! Science! Because German science is best science!
Hey!
Sorry, I had to make the reference.
Guns would. I think he would be accidentally set the lab on fire once in a while.
Yeah, either by accident or he did it on purpose.
Oh, maybe on purpose. He just wants to get out of the work.
Oh, should we bring in the other boy?
Oh, Chris.
Nightmare Klonoa. He is a problem child.
He's just like super inexperienced transport human student.
Yes, a transferred student. Didn't we kind of establish that he was adopted by Gaudius?
Oh yeah, Gaudius would have adopted him, and Gaudius would want the best would have him spy on the school for him.
Yeah, and Joke would be like, that makes me his mother. Or I guess other papa. And NK be like, shut up!
Who says I was married to him? He's just a little creep.
I like to think that Nightmare Klonoa doesn't really mind Gaudius, since he doesn't treat him like what Joka does.
Yeah. Give me mid, people.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this. Okay, sorry. Just needed to text somebody.
It's okay. Klonoa would definitely be confused, but also not like him because NK has proven he's a jerk. Like a bigger jerk than Guns.
Yeah, this would have to be after Arrow's encounter with Guns.
Oh, speaking of which, well, let's talk about how Arrow would make his appearance.
Well, I think after when Grandpa moves, Arrow would be a closer travel for him. Or maybe, I don't know, Grandpa would be staying with their auntie or something like that, keeping her well as the boys' cell room.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just staying at Arrow's house. Since I think she would live around Julius's kingdom.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be too much of a hassle if they had to pay for bills, because I think the kingdom would pay a little bit too much.
Yeah, just the fair amount.
Yep. Oh, but I think Arrow would definitely have to come in the late evening, because we didn't we have an a talk that how Arrow would meet up with Guns and Klonoa before going into the school.
Yeah. And like, Klonoa, he would be surprised but also really happy, and the two would embrace in a hug.
Oh, of course. Because honestly, Grandpa would tell Arrow to go pick up Klonoa because it's getting quite late and he hasn't come home yet.
Yeah.
Let's just see both of the boys got into a fight.
Yeah, Arrow would
Klonoa
have.
and what's
Klonoa and
Klonoa and
Guns.
Klonoa got enough of his bullshit and just like, you know what? Let's
We'll
settle
do this
this once and for
We'll
all.
do this after school.
Oh
Fine.
yes.
Do this after school then. Better not chicken out.
Of course, Klonoa's not gonna chicken out.
Yeah, Guns may have done something to piss Klonoa off for the last time.
Oh, what if Guns accidentally picked on Lolo and you may pick on me? Picking on Lolo is going too far.
Yeah, because they are good friends.
Of course.
And Hupa's like, well, there he goes. Again.
Oh no, he's in danger.
And Popko would go, well, he's dead.
Of course, he's just Klonoa was just all mad because who knows? Maybe Guns might have been trying to been tossing Lolo's hat around.
Yeah. And it might have ended up, I don't know, probably in the trash or.
Oh, at lunchtime, I think they would have an area where they're just having fun. Maybe Guns is throwing the hat to Tat or
Yeah.
to somebody else, and I don't know. Maybe they went over their heads and accidentally fall into a fountain.
Yes. And it's like drenched and such.
Of course, poor Lolo, but they just picked the wrong girl picked on the wrong girl at the wrong time because I think on the same day that would Klonoa would be having a bad day.
Yeah. Because he had to deal with Jenga.
Oh, of course. I'd be like, I don't know. Since Jenga's like cheating history, Klonoa would think Jenga would think is maybe Jenga was saying something wrong, and Klonoa was trying to correct him, but you know, Jenga being the type of guy he is being
Yeah, he would
intimidated.
tell him like to shut up and sit down.
Oh yes, but Klonoa would be both of them would have bad blood.
Yeah. Then when the two are gonna be fighting out.
And well, they do
They would
get in. They would.
Oh.
They will get into a little brawl until Arrow shows
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, but the fact that they would be equal in a certain fight, but Klonoa's faster, but Guns is way stronger because he's bigger. Meaning
Yeah.
his punches are gonna hurt much more, causing Klonoa to like bleed a bit, like through his like at his nose and his mouth.
Oh yeah, people were gonna have to put a
Like
raid
he
on
would
you,
be swollen a bit.
of course. But Klonoa would definitely have hits on Guns, giving him the same treatment.
Yeah, like a bladed nose.
Yep. I can see Klonoa pulling on Guns' ears, ears on his back. It's just both of them, and then Arrow comes in comes in and sees him.
But remember, Klonoa has sharp teeth.
Oh yeah. So oh god. Oh god.
And
Wait.
and the thing is, those ears are sensitive.
Oh no. Bites.
Ah! I think he would hit him in the stomach or something.
Oh gosh. But again, this is gonna last until Arrow comes in, and not just Arrow, somebody else comes in. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah. Arrow would just come in and just knock Guns away. That would definitely work.
Of course. And then, well,
Bats.
Bats would be showing him, showing up.
He would say, "What the hell is going on here?"
Uh oh, trouble.
Guns, what is the meaning of this?
Of course, Klonoa would explain. Klonoa would explain on what happened.
And Guns would try to explain his side.
Oh.
But then he was like, enough, both of you. To the principal's office this instant.
Wait, is the principal even here at the moment?
I think he would be just finishing some things up.
Yep. But then again, he would both of them would have see the principal.
Yeah.
That means Arrow's going to have to wait outside this, around the school area. Maybe he'll be looking around, and who knows? Maybe Arrow would meet up with King.
Yeah, Kinosaro. And wait, isn't Kinosaro considered to be much older than Klonoa?
Well, I was thinking maybe they may be in the same age in this part, but I don't know.
I mean, they could be.
Yeah, I always thought that. Okay, I think in this AU I thought that that cause the King would be in the same class as Klonoa, but mostly the quiet type.
Yeah, he's not emo or anything. He's just
quiet.
Yeah, he
Sigh.
he never really made friends.
Yeah, I think it's because
he mostly just kept to himself.
Yeah, I think he thinks that he's scary because of his eyes.
Yes.
So that's why he just stays to himself.
Yes. But of course, Arrow would make a little bit of conversation because King would have actually noticed the fight.
Of course, he'd be by the window and then, I don't know, Guns gets hit against the fucking window because of Klonoa.
Yes.
He's just looking and he hears something at the window. He looks over there, he sees Guns up against the window because Klonoa kicks him.
Yeah. Then the boys. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, they would definitely talk. And Arrow's just like, I think I don't think it would be a problem. Klonoa's a great person to talk with. He's my brother after all. And Arrow would have that similar charm that Klonoa has where he's just a nice guy.
Yeah, I could just see, I don't know, maybe King, I think Arrow would come into the classroom while King is just reading a book and try to introduce himself, and King is just too shy to talk. But I don't know. After maybe a few minutes of Arrow talking, maybe he would talk a bit.
Yeah, and that would just form, and it would just form a little friendship.
Oh yes, it's just be a little sweet.
It would be like and something like this. You don't mind my eyes? Why would I? Everyone's different. I mean, look at me. I'm born with bad ears.
Puts down his books and looks up at Arrow for the first time in a while. First time.
Yeah, he realizes that, is he really a Cabot? What are you exactly? I'm a Cabot. Like Klonoa. And you. But your ears are different. Oh yeah, I was born with this. People say that I'm weird.
I do not think you are weird.
Well, I'll tell you this. I have a great hearing. Like right now, I'm actually hearing one of the teachers apparently sleeping on the job. AKA that's Jenga.
Oh. I think King would be like, well, you wanna go investigate?
Oh, sure.
both of them will go a little trip and look around the school together, and oh, they're gonna see the trophy case. Ah, it's gonna be beautiful.
Yeah, it would be.
And then beside the trophy case would be Jenga's room.
Yeah, and they see him.
Oh, that's one of the new teachers. I
Really?
think his name was, yeah, I think his name is Jenga or something like that.
Huh.
Yeah, history teacher.
Is he, and you ask, is he any good?
Honestly, we don't really know that much about him, but I do know that he's a relative of the principal. That's why he got his job.
Huh. Huh. Who would have thought?
Well, the king is the king. The principal is actually a generous guy.
To think he's related to this? To think he's related to someone like that?
Well, honestly, I can kind of see it. But they do kind of don't look the same. And Julia, I mean, the principal's kind of a nice guy, and this guy's kind of a how can I say this? Temple.
Ah. Did he cause any problems for other students?
Well, he's the history teacher, so pretty much sometimes he gets things wrong. But most of the time, it's him going up against him arguing with one of the homeroom teachers.
Huh. I wonder who that could have been.
Honestly,
Well.
oh sorry.
Well, I'm sure whoever it is, I'm certain it'll get worked out. But hey, I don't think we introduced each other. I'm Arrow.
I am Cuss.
Are you
I'm sorry, people.
okay?
King. Well, I don't know how he would say his name. I think it would just call himself King. King.
Huh. You don't mind calling you King, right?
No, I don't mind it at all. Go ahead. I never actually got a nickname before.
Say, if you ever see Klonoa around, don't mind having a conversation with them.
Perhaps I would talk to him a bit, but again, I tend to keep to myself, but I guess I could give it a thought.
Don't worry. Just take your time.
Alright.
Trust me, if there's anything he's good at, is making friends.
Of course, the boy, the king would show him around.
Yeah, and Julius, he would be, well, scolding the two for behaving very reckless.
Oh, of course, he would.
And he says, this has been going on for the past week. You two are still new here, and yet this constant fighting has been going on, and it's given the school a bad rep. What is it that you two have to save yourselves?
Klonoa look at Guns and then look say. He knows what he needs to say, but he's. Ah!
I can imagine the two actually did end up getting a bit of treatment before coming in.
Treatment.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, I guess I'm sorry.
And of course, Bats, he is right behind them.
Oh, intimidated.
Arms crossed and such. And all he had to do was just give a grunt or a sort of sighing, and Guns would just, I'm sorry too.
Julius would nod his head and just say, like, you'll be spending the next week in detention.
They would understand.
Okay.
And they basically say, you two will still continue your studies, but this is the kind of punishment I'm only allowed to give.
Of course, he doesn't
I like
overdo it.
And I like to think that when they are about to leave, I think Julius would talk with Bats that it would definitely be wise if he sets his son up for their counseling.
Oh.
High Priestess would be considered to be a counselor.
Oh, of course, he's gonna be a cancel. Cancelo.
A counselor.
Cancelo. Cancelo. I can't even speak English right now.
It's okay.
But she'd be a good person to help.
Yes. Oh, what if, maybe you should add Viper into the school.
You know what? I think Viper would definitely be the engineer guy. Oh,
Yeah.
the wood guy, the guy who does, helps them with wood stuff.
Yeah.
He would be the one to be like something like an artist or something like that. But
Oh, I hope you don't mind, but I have my own Klonoa character, my other Klonoa character that I actually made, Scarlet, who is a treasure hunting travel dragon.
yeah, and my dragon is kind of a scientist, an ex-scientist.
Oh, okay. What if she is the one that provides field trips?
Oh yeah, especially to. Didn't we have an idea for for Guns and Klonoa's trip to a tropical place?
Yeah.
I think it would be like Bats' class, and what class would Guns would be in?
Well, he can't be. Well, he can't be in Jenga's.
What if it was in
Pango?
Oh yeah, Pingo would fit.
Yeah, and it's sort of like combining the classes.
Of course.
And Boris would be there.
Because he can't leave his son
unattended.
Not unless, I don't know. Wait, didn't we say he has a wife? So maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe he would leave his son with his wife.
Yes.
But it'd be an interesting thing to see the both classes going into a tropical area just to, for a class trip.
And oh my god, they would actually meet Corral and his mom.
Oh yeah. And I think it would be the tropical place would have to be in Jug Kettle or something like that.
Yeah, Jug Cattle. And oh my god, what if they have to take a boat and Guns? He still has that.
Motion sickness, yes.
Yes, and why do I have the feeling the moment Bats hears about that, he would actually give his son, he would actually tell the teachers he's going to be attending with to give Guns his medication for that.
Oh yeah, it's gonna have to be separate boats.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, Arrow and Klonoa, Guns, and the other kids would be going on the trip. That means I think Leorina would be in the same class as Guns.
Yeah, This is actually one of the rare times where she's actually trying to help ease him.
Oh yes, she's the one keeping an eye on guns.
Yeah, she's used to this stuff. And she's used to seeing how Guns reacts.
Of course. Whew.
I do have the feeling that she would just rub his back when he's starting to feel queasy.
Oh yes, that definitely would help. And
Yeah.
I could see, well, I could see that those maybe Arrow would be around.
Yeah, and I think he would actually offer support.
He would try to help, but Guns being the kind of guy he is trying to keep Khalil.
I think he would like offer Guns like a mint or some gum.
True, but Guns is trying to say no, but Leona is like he's trying to be nice.
Just put your pride down, will ya? He's only trying to help. Yeah, it won't hurt. Sometimes when Klonoa has a bad and upset stomach, I offer him this. Works like a charm.
All right then. He puts his hand out.
You know how mint sometimes helps? That's the type he gives.
Yeah, but it's just something.
I'm surprised it works.
Accused. Klonoa would definitely be in the other boat with Mr. Pingle. I think
Yes.
yeah, Pingle would definitely be Klonoa's teacher.
Yeah, and it's just like at a Heroes. Get along just fine.
Oh wait.
Though
Maybe oh wait, I'm trying to figure this out. I think Pingo's in a upper class around Guns and maybe Bats is in a lower class.
yeah.
Bats was actually good with the younger kids, so maybe Klonoa's in Bats' class.
Yeah.
Like
And he actually gets to know what Guns' dad's like.
Yeah, it'd be like in the first day of school, see this giant wolf walks in and it'd be like,
Yeah, he's
good day.
scared.
Yeah, he'd be scared, but everybody would be scared until he starts doing the goofy smile.
Yeah, and says, I think he would just be easy with them.
Of course, he'd be his. Of course. Wait. I think he'd be the first class of the day, journals or something like that.
Yeah. And
So,
why do I have a feeling that Klonoa would be asking some questions, even if he is a bit nervous?
of course, asking about why he's teaching a low class, like, so, shouldn't you be in a older class because of your intimidation?
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not that scary, am I? The only ones I'm scaring are the criminals.
Criminals? So, are you a hero?
Kind of. It's more of someone who would be more of bounty hunting. But don't worry, I knock them out.
Everybody would be so amazed to have a bounty hunter as a teacher.
Yeah, and why do I have a feeling he would have? You know how in Full Metal Alchemist, Mace Hughes would actually bring out the photos? Well, what if Bats had some photos of some victories? Or maybe some of him and Guns, or even slight bits of Jenga.
Oh, maybe maybe he'd be like, and someone pitches to Klonoa because I don't know, Klonoa is having a rough first day and he's trying to cheer up Klonoa.
Yeah.
And maybe this would make Guns very embarrassed.
He brings up the he would bring up how Guns was small.
And especially, oh sorry.
It'd be like, this is what Guns looked like when he was little.
Whoa, he's so small.
He sure was. Full of energy, full of attitude, just like his old man.
Wow, he's so small that he's actually can't fit in your boot.
Yep. He would sometimes hide in there.
Wow. All these pictures really make you guys look like a true family.
Okay, question. What about Bats' wife? Out of curiosity.
What happened to her?
I mean, I know in other series she like passed away or something, but
What happened?
yeah, how would this AU work?
Maybe she's the most. Maybe she's kind of a traveler or something like that, or maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't really know right now, but maybe she is just traveling lots and helping Bats with the money and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But maybe during one of her travels she might have passed away. Maybe something might have happened during her journeys.
Yeah, and learning about that. Maybe that could be another reason why Bats had a heated argument with Jenga.
Oh yes.
And Jenga must have said something that just was like the last nerve.
Like you would, like you should have, maybe he should have been there with her. Make sure that she didn't.
Maybe you should have been there with her, or at the time. Then maybe she would have still been here. What did you just say? Shit! Bats! I swear, I didn't mean to say. You dare mock her death in front of me! Bats, calm down. Yeah, and Guns, he would have heard what was going on and just witnessed what was going. He would have witnessed Jenga hitting him.
It would. I think Guns would be around maybe, well, not too young. Maybe
4 to 5.
Well, maybe 4 to 5 or older, because I think maybe this would have happened. Maybe this would have happened in 2 years back.
Yeah, yeah, he would. Yeah, that would actually make more sense. Yeah. That he let's just say he was still mourned, but during the time he had someone else. As in after his wife perished. Should we go over that bit?
I think it would be. Oh, we gotta work on the time thing. Maybe not 2 years or 3 years back. Maybe, I don't know. First it was his wife, and then would it be somebody else? Or I don't know.
Like, in Jenga, he's taken off right. He is sent to jail.
Oh yeah. Maybe that was in a bad place, so pretty much he's staying in a place for now. Maybe, I don't know. maybe
I,
so you
I,
would find him in a bad place and try to help him out.
yeah, from doing something that would be bad.
As in drinking too much.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the guy lost his wife and now lost his partner.
And he would actually be afraid that he would accidentally do something to his son, like push him away.
Hookers. I mean,
I think during the point, I think he would have sent Guns to be with his other family relatives, aka his wife's side of the family.
hookers, because we don't really know if bats had a dad or have any family. But I'm thinking maybe in this AU, not really.
They're Arctic wolves.
Hookers.
And that's the reason why Guns isn't really wouldn't be affected by the snow.
But hookers. For her family, I still have to make a picture for the parents, and I thinking that she would have actually more brothers and just two sisters. Maybe four brothers and two sisters. I don't know.
Hmm.
It'd be kind of a big family.
And well, Siryu would make sure that he's doing okay. He would actually stay with him.
Heck, I could see the dragon bringing in some soup and stuff like that, being there for the guy.
Yeah, because he's an old friend of Bats.
Goes. I could see that they growed up together.
Yeah, and hearing about what exactly happened. He would even learn Jenga's side because, well, he's kind of a detective in that way.
Or close.
And he would
It was
actually get the
just
full story, how it was an accident, but what Jenga did still does not help his case.
because I mean the guy almost cut off Bats' ear. And he could have
Yeah,
done Walsh with the claws.
yeah, Jenga would have still had them on.
Yeah, but I think after the arrest, those claws would be taken away
Yep.
until I don't know. He secretly gets them back.
Thanks, Garland.
Yes, guys, it's Garland who got him out. They made a deal about something,
Yep.
but it those so he would definitely help around with the house instantly. I could
Yeah.
see him helping out with guns too.
Yeah. By that point, I could totally see that Bats, he greatly appreciates all that Siryu has done to help. And let's just say that bloomed into not just friendship, but something even more. Yep, and this AU, those two are a thing.
Oh yes.
And Siryu's just like, I'm older than you.
Wait, I saw. How old is Seiyu?
Well, he's a dragon, and we don't really know.
Actually, I find it amazing if Seiyu was actually just around his 30s or
Yes,
maybe late 20s. But
Bats would definitely be like in his late 30s or something.
yep, the, I think both of them are just so sweet. And since I don't know, maybe it would be a few or an year or something that both of them would, you know, start hanging out more around people, or how can I say it, going out.
And Bats would have to explain to his son. He would be older by this point and more aware.
Of course.
But Guns wouldn't be mad about it because Siryu makes his dad happy. And he likes Siryu.
Yep. I mean, so you can definitely be the type of guy to actually take Guns out for, I don't know, maybe fishing trips. Other things.
Why don't I imagine that he rides on his back and it's not similar to a boat?
Yep. It's just something nice that we can do at a pool, or I don't know, maybe go out for ice cream.
Yeah, and in this AU, Bats has like a truck.
Of course.
And Siryu, because he's so big, he has to be in the back.
Oh yes, and it's just I know you said that Bats would put an umbrella there just in case if it's a hot day.
And if it's raining, well, hey, Siryu don't mind.
He likes the rain, especially some lotion and stuff like that. Who knows? Maybe he's not the only one who's in the back because I can see Guns sometimes be in the back with him.
Yes. But he would
chill.
sometimes but if he stays out too long, he'd catch a cold. Like, you're not exactly a water dog now, are you? No.
What if Bats has like there's like a little window that Guns can actually just crawl in and out?
Yeah. And oh my god, what if Baz pulled out a picture of all three of them?
Oh, maybe it would fall down to the ground and Klonoa's like, "Hey, you dropped this." Oh, wait. Wow, is this your family?
Yeah.
Wow, you guys look so happy.
He's helped me out a lot, even during the dark times.
Well, here you go, sir.
I can imagine him patting Klonoa on the head.
Klonoa, this is so cute. Oh yeah, I remember something like I don't know. Nightmare Klonoa actually becoming good friends with Guns.
Yeah, way more faster than Klonoa.
I think it would be like on the first day of the week. I don't know. The boys met up or something like that, become really close friends.
Yeah, and how he himself doesn't like Jenga, but he also doesn't like Joka.
Of course, I think. Well, honestly, Jenga would be more better than Joker.
Yeah.
If he has a choice between both of them, he'll pick Jenga.
Because Jenga, he's not the super duper crazy guy.
Jenga's not a creep, unlike Joker. I mean, the guy doesn't give me privacy.
I'm sorry, he doesn't what?
He doesn't give me privacy. I mean, he didn't give me a door to my room.
I mean, dude, what the hell? Didn't you?
Yeah.
Why don't you bring it up with who was this guy you mentioned? His name was Gaudius?
Yeah, I tried talking to him, but he's been busy with his own thing. I think he's still moaning about his damn girlfriend. Or something like that. I don't know. The guy's been into some kind of romantic shit or something like that. But when I do get the chance, I will freaking tell him about what this freaking clown was talking about. Is doing.
And then they look at which class they're going to, and it's the drama class.
God fucking damn it! I hate this.
Wait, he's teaching this class?
Yeah, Be prepared to see all the drama.
Says, welcome, students, one and all, and welcome to our drama class. I am your teacher, Joker. And he says, and he looks to see that Diver Klonoa is there. He's like, oh, hello, NK. Good to see that you're joining my class. Oh, by the way, your father said that I need to give this to you. It's basically a comb. And it's not just any comb, it's like a pink bunny comb. Or maybe it's a moo comb.
Yeah, he's just like, what the fuck?
And Guns is just like, damn, I can see what you mean.
Whatever. He puts it in his backpack because it is something from his dad. I mean, I think Nightmare Klonoa would actually just, really likes his adopted dad.
Yeah, more than Joko. He likes him.
Okay. Yeah, his dad can be a little strange at times, but hey, he's his dad. He's the dad that adopted him.
At least he treats him better.
Yes.
Why do I get the feeling those two would actually just not really mind the class that Garland teaches?
Oh gosh, I think NK would definitely love science class because of all the explosions that Garland does.
And the best part, there's a point where it says, we're going to test how good your explosions are.
It's about god fucking time I do this. NK would actually be a freaking boss at making bombs because he's a troublemaker. But it would be the special kind of bomb, the special kind of glitter bomb.
Yeah, and Guns. Yeah.
What if MK just makes an extra bomb, an extra glitter bomb, and I don't know, plays a dirty trick on Era and Klonoa?
No, wait, it's a glitter bomb.
I know, I was saying it was a glitter bomb. He makes one for the class and one for the others. just at lunchtime, like, hey, about I always wanted about he tries to apologize about something, but he'd be like, I made you something for my apologies. So here, I made this for you. He gives them a little gift.
Oh, okay.
Well, I gotta go and get something to drink. I'll see you guys later. He walks off and then waits. It goes off.
And then they're confused, and then BAM! Ah!
He takes pits. He's far away, so he takes pictures from the area where he is. Freaking losers fell with. Oh shit. He looks behind him and sees somebody behind him. Oh,
I think it would. All right. Who do you think it would be?
Oh shit! It's gonna be Garland because he stole one of the freaking bombs. Took one of the experience out of the freaking lab it's supposed to be inside. So he gets detention.
Yeah. As much as he would appreciate, as much as he admits that was actually pretty clever, it's still not exactly allowed outside the classroom.
Of course, would it be the first day that I don't know they made? No. My brain.
It's later on in the month.
Oh yeah, like after Arrow was around, maybe it'd be like I don't know between almost the school weekend or something like that, and he gets detention for the week. for the next week.
And Gaudius, I had just gotten word that you have gotten detention.
Well, I kind of played a dirty trick on the dream travels.
I sent you to that school to learn and such, and yet this is what I hear.
What? Can I have? What? Can I have a little bit of fun at least? I mean, this school's so good and goody.
And then Gaudius would just like put a hand up, telling him to stop, and it says, "This is actually a father moment. Has something been going on there? Be honest with me, child."
I guess I just been cast out a bit.
Is there anything else? Nightmare Klonoa?
You damn joker took away my doll.
He did what now?
The damn joker took away my doll. After when I did apologize to him a bunch of times. After when I played a trick on him. It was just a one little trick.
Allow me to speak with him privately.
Alright, Dad.
And Gaudius, he doesn't yell, but he is mad with Joka because he was never told about this.
Of course.
And Joka, he's just shaking and he just walks out. He's like, "I'll go and return the door."
Oh yes, that's beautiful. But I think in the first day of school it will be kind of hard for NK to become friends with others. But I think maybe it won't be like the first time that NK was in detention. It'll be like this, maybe the third time throughout that first week.
Yeah.
And I think the first time the 2 other times he'll meet Guns there because I think Guns might have accidentally got into trouble.
Yeah.
So that's how they became friends, because they meet in the detention room.
And oh my gosh. They be hanging out at Guns' place.
Of course, because I can see NK being like, you cannot go to my place. You do not want to encounter that freaking Jester guy.
Well, my house is big enough.
Cool.
We even have a basement. We even have a basement with a TV and game set.
Really? Damn, that sounds awesome.
And when they get there, there's also like a few exercise equipments because Bats would need to keep in tip-top shape.
Damn, you have so much exercise and stuff here. Do you work out?
Sometimes, but that's more of my dad's thing.
Your dad?
Yep.
Huh. Depending on all how the weights are, I bet he's really strong.
Oh, he's a giant, all right.
Oh, that's gonna be something to see. See NK's reaction to Bats when they first meet. Oh, yeah. I don't know. He finds out that Bats is actually the teacher. Oh, finds out that the teacher's actually his dad. Ah!
And then Surya would probably come down just to get something to drink or something.
Okay, yeah. It would be Bats would actually have a little, what can I say this? A room where you could keep beers and stuff like that.
Yeah, a cooler.
Yeah, downstairs in a area.
Yeah, and says, you know how in the comic Nightmare is like there's a joke where he's being confused for Klonoa.
Yeah.
What if it happened there too? You're like, oh, I didn't expect Klonoa to be visiting. And Siriu, well, okay, Gunsy would be like, actually, this is Nightmare Klonoa, or NK as he likes to be called.
Looks at him. Oh. This is a, he just NK would just look at the dragon like just watching him.
And he looks, and Siriu does look at him, and he's like, my mistake.
Jeez. People need glasses these days.
Upon first glance, you kind of do look like him.
What? Maybe I should dye my fur. But if I dye my fur, what color would it be? If I ask my pa.
Well, as long as it's not too bright.
Can you imagine me walking to school with a bright color coat? Maybe I should do that for an evil blues chick.
That would be.
It would be interesting, but yeah.
I know. I think Nightmare Klonoa would recognize that was the security guard.
It'd take him a while. Yeah, until he walks up the stairs, you'd be like, "Wait, was that the security guard?"
Yep.
Ah, no wonder he looks familiar, especially his armor.
And then Guns would just be blunt. He's my dad's boyfriend.
Wait, really? I honestly. Well, I guess that's cool.
Don't worry. He may seem serious, but he's actually not that bad guy.
Huh.
He helped my dad during a dark moment in his life.
Huh, and I always thought that he's kind of serious type, but then again, I really don't know that much about the guy.
He sometimes keeps things away from students.
Oh.
Though I did hear that there's going to be some sort of assembly, and he's supposed to be the one in charge of that.
Assembly? Sounds interesting.
I think it's a PSA or something. I don't know.
PSA. Huh. I wonder what they could be talking about.
Some kind of safety precaution.
Well, alright. Anyways.
I can imagine NK being like, what kind of games you got?
Yo, what kind of games you got anyways?
And he would just say he's got like platformers, he's got multiplayers, he's got some shooters, puzzle games.
Yo, hey, do you have even GTA 5? I can see the boys just playing that game, especially if you didn't ever see GTA 5, you know it's not a really not a good game for younger kids to play.
And
NK would be the one who sells him mostly around where the good stuff are at.
And Guns to be like, sure.
Such as Easter eggs and guns and other stuff. especially playing some other games as well.
Yeah, they get along just fine, and when oh my god, when he does meet Bats, that would be glorious.
Yeah, I think it would take maybe 2 or 3 visits with Guns, and then he'll meet up with Bats.
Yes, he's tall, but not as tall as Gotti is.
He gets, yeah, I think NK would get used to coming to Guns' place, and then he knocks on the door, goes in, and see Guns in his sees that Guns isn't home yet, so he beats him to the house. And maybe he accidentally runs into Bats.
Yeah.
Or something.
He'd be a bit startled.
Occurs because they did presume that they're gonna meet up back at Guns' place, and who knows? Maybe Guns just told him just go downstairs and get the things ready for a movie night or something like that. I don't know. Maybe the boys are close.
Yeah, but Bats, he is a bit concerned for the attitude that his son basically has, and Nightmare Klonoa is well known to be a troublemaker, so he just wants to make sure that there's not going to be any problems.
Oh, of course. NK would be intimidating by the big guy.
Yeah, you won't. So you're the troublemaker I've been hearing about.
Yeah. My name's NK. So he's so intimidating.
Yeah. Just
he Guns told me to get things ready before get things ready for tonight. Gonna hang out.
just don't make a mess.
Yes, so of course you feel intimidated, but yeah. The boy would try to stay out of trouble. Not to get on his bad side.
Pretty certain Siryu would just be like, he's not a bad kid around here. He's got his own problems, I know. I just need to be sure.
I mean, it's really NK is actually very close with Guns. I could definitely see the boys are just hanging out more, especially I don't know. I think NK would definitely be in the same class as Klonoa, but different teachers.
Yeah, and
What would
Klonoa
maybe?
what?
Maybe what if Garland was a homeroom teacher, and the homeroom teacher would be Garland for NK?
Yes.
Because I don't know, NK would definitely have to tell Guns to be like, you know what? Who was my favorite teacher? It had to be my homeroom teacher, Garland.
Are you serious? He's your homeroom teacher this time?
Yeah, I mean, come on. That guy can make inventions and not defensions. His bombs always explode at him.
And they would go, and Klonoa's there along with Chipple, because in the comic, Chipple he was also with Guns and Nightmare Klonoa.
Oh yeah, both of them did have a fight. I don't know how Chipple would become good friends with Guns. Oh wait, what if
it's by sports?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I did think, didn't we did talk about guns being in sports related stuff?
Yeah, he would, especially volleyball.
Oh yeah. So pretty much both of them became good partners.
Yeah. Hey, Guns, what up, mate? Hey, what up, Chip? Didn't think you'd be here. Oh. And Klonoa,
Eh.
he's just surprised. What? You?
You! They both point at each other.
It's a Spider-Man meme!
Chip would definitely go there just to be funny, just be like, you! Pointed at both of them.
You!
You!
And Guns is just like,
You!
are you guys... Why are you guys being... What are you guys doing?
Just, I can totally see Bats is here on the beyond, and he sees them pointing at each other, and I can just see Bats is like, oh, this is going for the album, and he takes a picture of them.
Yeah, he would secretly take a picture.
Because he can see the reaction on Gun's face. Okay, what are you doing here?
I can ask the same thing!
What am I doing here? Well, you see, my good friend Guns asked me to hang out with him today. And what about you?
Well, I'm gonna be hanging out with Lolo and Popka. Hanging out with the priestess, huh?
What? You're gonna become a priest too?
and Guns be like, is she doing better? Yeah. But what about it? Just want you to tell her that I'm sorry about what happened. Oh. Well, I'll be sure that she gets it.
Of course, Klonoa and Guns would be trying to get warm up together because I can see Tipple saw the fight, but he's trying to make them make up so they won't go into tension again. Because honestly, Guns was in tension for a week, and that means he missed out of, sports.
Yeah, so he's keeping him updated, like helping him out. And neither Klonoa is just like confused. Like, why would he be civil with Klonoa? He's like annoying to him. He's like very annoying.
Well, of course he would be annoyed with Klonoa, but Guns, I think Guns said it was cool because Chip was there.
Yeah, and Klonoa actually would do something in that class that the Guns, maybe he's not so bad.
Of course, because Chip is trying to help them become friends, and again,
I mean the easiest one who's actually becoming friends with Guns as well as, well, Leorina and Arrow.
of course, I think,
and Lola would forgive him.
of course, I think Arrow would become maybe his friend after, I don't know, Guns tries to explain on his side of the bullying.
Yeah, and Arrow would actually. Oh, wait. Oh, you mean that cat guy that me and King saw just a few weeks ago?
Guns would be surprised that he's actually friends with King.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you're friends with him? Yeah, I don't see any issues with that. He's not that weird at all. He's actually just a normal guy. Sure, his eyes may be a little strange, but he's not really out there to get anyone. I mean, look at me. I'm the one with the pointed bat ears.
Because I could see King actually following Arrow around, just like I don't know, every recess and stuff like that. He'd be like behind Arrow.
Yeah. And Arrow had introduced them to Klonoa.
Oh gosh, the two little ones, the two of them meet. But finally.
Yeah. They be friends.
Of course, the sweet boy has to become friends with as much friends as he can. But it's just
And
so cute.
he would see what Arrow meant, saying that Klonoa is also good at making friends.
Of course, I could totally see this. This I don't. Arrow's just introducing King to Klonoa at Reese's, and I don't know, Klonoa asking him if he wants to play a game. Like, I don't know, maybe he does like a little volleyball net up.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll just play a little bit of volleyball together. Klonoa, Lolo up against Arrow and King.
Yes.
It's just so cute.
They would be. Also, I do believe that Arrow, well, after he hears Guns' sort of issues, like what has been bothering him and why he's been acting that way. Sorry, mosquito. There was a mosquito, but I got it.
It's fine.
You would basically say, huh, well, you don't really have the result that way. If anything, if you had just mentioned this to someone who would actually hear you out, maybe it could have been avoided. Guns would be just confused. It's just like, I'm surprised you let me talk to you about this.
I mean, I think the High Priestess would be like, try to at least explain the L side of the story and get what everything out of your system. And
Yeah.
maybe perhaps try to make friends with others.
Yeah, like the sports thing, it does help him physically.
In trying to make friends with others, or maybe, who knows, going
And
out.
the one who made that offer is Arrow. No one was forcing Guns. It was just him who offered himself.
Yeah, the both of them become
Yeah,
good friends.
and well, Guns could tell that if Arrow isn't that bad and he's not as annoying, he's like, hey, sorry if I beat your brother up. Don't worry, he got you good too. I'll admit, you did say you were pretty strong. Really? Yeah, I can tell you're pretty fit. I don't want to brag, but I myself am not too shabby myself. What do you say you and I have a little sparring match afterward? Sure. But are you sure you're okay with that? I mean, it seems kind of weird that you would. Don't worry about it. I've had those with Klonoa even before I left. It's just something we do. Well, okay. And the High Priestess would not really object to it because Arrow did say that he is willing.
Of course, they're slowly taking it slow. They're taking it slowly.
Yeah. And why do I mention Nightmare Klonoa? He is shocked that he's being friends with Arrow.
Yeah, this would be after his little incident.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Guns would actually invite him to watch them spawn. NK would definitely be like confused at first, but just watch them.
Yeah, and Arrow, he wouldn't be mean with neighbor Klonoa, but he says, "Oh hey, you're the troublemaker that's been causing my brother a lot of issues."
Well, well, uh,
Don't worry, he's cool.
yeah, about that. Oh, right. I'll just be
And,
watching over here. He just walks off.
and Guns will reply to Arrow, "Don't worry, he's a good kid. He's just he also has a rough life at home, mostly by one person." Wait, you mean the drama teacher? I always knew that guy was weird. I even heard that he gave someone a pink comb or something, and Nightmare Clone was like, "God fucking damn it!"
How the fuck did that get out?
And then Arrow, he just points to his ears, is like, I kind of have super hearing. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I'm. It makes you feel any better. When I tried to give Klonoa a bath, we both fell into a barrel filled with berries.
He just walks out laughing. Oh God, that sounds fun. That might have been a very missing job.
Yeah. All because he refused to take a bath. Was this like years ago? Oh yeah, don't worry. He knows not to do that again. Though he did
Maybe.
have an interesting pink shade color.
Hmm. Oh, this just brings the idea of him dying his flow still, but then again, he just goes and takes a seat.
Yeah, and they would just be sparring and such, and it's pretty normal. There's no insulting, there's no cheating or cheap shots.
Yep, it's just a regular spar against two boys.
Yep. But then the two would discover that Arrow is also very good at jumping super high. What the heck?
Did you see that?
Made you look. Ah! What the? Call me the Twister Leaper. That's what some call me on my travels.
Wow, he's really jumping around.
Okay, you are definitely part rabbit. Of course. Instead of the normal ears that my kind usually has, it went straight to my feet.
Well, that's good work on your feet.
Say, you ever want to see things from up above?
Ugh.
An arrow? You want to see?
Um. Uh. Well, what the heck, sir?
He then all right, just get on my back.
Kinky
He,
would be a little bit flustered, but yeah, he would definitely get on.
Arrow is pretty strong. All right, just hang on. And
Oh.
then, without a second, he just jumps in the air super high.
Ah!
Now, it would be startling.
Because this is gonna be this is so cute.
And they could see just very high up.
Of
It's
course.
okay. You can open your eyes now.
So high.
The view's pretty nice.
This is cool.
Guessing you never really had this view, have you?
Not. No, of course not.
You know, sometimes whenever Klonoa's feeling a little down or something, I would do this with him too.
I see.
You can definitely see that he would actually see Arrow like an older brother.
Of course. Oh no, now you're giving me ideas for the others.
Oh?
Oh, the other nightmare creatures. Okay, well,
Yeah.
then a rival school, and what if the other one finds out about NK being self-friendly?
Yeah, it's just like that really shouldn't be possible. I thought we taught him better. Don't worry. We'll make sure to remind him who he is.
Oh, that's gonna be scary.
Yeah.
So, this is gonna be join a competition that, all shit goes down because two schools are going up against each other.
Yeah.
Even though it's the night school, I think the day school would pick the midday or I don't know, early morning and late evenings to play.
That would make the most sense.
Who knows? Maybe in the final showdown, it's midnight. Oh, join an eclipse or something like that.
Yeah.
That's just me thinking.
Of course, Garland and the others, they do in fact work for Gaudius' school.
Of course, Jinga and the others would go back and forth.
Because Gaudius would actually give them a portal to make it easier.
Of course. What if there's like a secret place inside the school that there's like two meals that one goes to the school and one goes to the day school? Like,
Yes.
I don't know.
And oh my god. And the one who funds the thing is Bagoo.
Oh yeah, we did say Magoo's gonna be. Didn't we say Magoo's gonna be something like a janitor?
Yes, but that's only like a minor job he's doing.
Okay, I think that would be in the day school, and in the night school, he's actually a very tough professor.
Yeah, very strict.
Oh, of course, he needs to be scary to make so the nightmare kids figure out who's the boss.
Yeah, and to remind them that they are nightmares.
Oh, of course.
And I think NK he would have it the worst.
Yeah, maybe that's why Gaudius actually knows that NK didn't really belong there.
Yeah, that's why he sent him there.
That's why he sent him to the light school. Because he knows. He knows.
Yeah. Gaudius may be the Nightmare King, but he's not evil.
Of course, I mean, he did got some good in him because of some certain person.
Yes.
Luffy's.
And I think the moment when Nightmare Klonoa does go to like a choir or something, he does meet Luffy's.
For the first time, yes.
Yes. And he wouldn't know her name until she announced who she is.
He walks into the class, be like, okay, this is where my What are my classes supposed to be in? Why did Gaudius pick out my classes?
And greetings, everyone. I am your teacher, Lafise. It is an honor to have you here.
Lafise. Where did I
And
hear that name before?
he does look at her, and I think Gaudius would have had like a picture or something that he stumbled across.
Oh. So that's her. Now I remember. Huh. He would definitely. It would be interesting for him to be inside that choir class because I don't know. Maybe it's just he. I don't know. Gaudius picks out the class, or he was dropping off something for someone.
Yes, and oh my god, Baloo. What would Baloo be doing?
We're talking about stones today. Stones.
No. Is it weird? I think he'd be a groundskeeper.
Oh yes, he would definitely fit as a groundskeeper or something like that.
And he's still a fan of Lafitte.
Of course.
But Lafitte only just sees him as a friend.
Of course. It would be something unique. What if, since the schools are going up against each other, what if Bagu takes over the school by accident? Accident
Yeah.
or something like that? I don't know, maybe.
Oh,
Like that.
and what if it was like the first time that Klonoa actually met Gaudius, but they have actually heard about him?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, didn't they said to have a parent class meet the teacher day or something like that? What if Gaudius comes in the middle of the evening or something like that, saying that he has his
Yes.
own school meeting and stuff like that? So pretty much he'd be meeting the teachers a little bit late.
Yeah, but when they do meet him, they can understand where Klonoa has been living with.
He may be a nightmare, but he's actually a nice nightmare.
Yes. Kind of like Riala.
Gaudius be like, I am Gaudius, and this right here is my nephew, Riel.
Oh, no.
Or
I'm not doing.
maybe like I don't know. Riel would be like maybe since I
A
always
distant relative?
yeah, distant relative. Didn't they the
Wiseman's cousin.
Weissman awkward cousin or something like that? So we
The only reason why I call him Wiseman's awkward cousin is because of that headpiece.
I think he could take it off anytime he wants, but he keeps it on because of the sunlight. He actually burns.
Well, he is a nightmare creature.
Maybe a special kind of nightmare creature that just doesn't need that actually burns up in the sun. So that's why he needs a helmet and maybe perhaps a special kind of coat.
I mean, could you imagine what he would look like without the helmet?
Oh, there's so many ideas for him, but I'm thinking it would look more like I don't know, a nightmare, but more I don't know, more different kind of horns. Or maybe his horns
Yeah.
are cut off.
Maybe he
Maybe
used. Maybe he used the. I don't know. Maybe a history about him and Wiseman and such. How their
maybe
ideals were different, and how Gaudius wasn't exactly what Wiseman hoped he'd be.
what if it's like I don't know, both of them were assigned to a special to the same throne, but they had to fight for it. So
Yeah.
maybe things might have really went down for Gaudius because he wasn't strong enough.
Yeah. Because
Weissman
Wiseman
was
is pretty powerful.
yeah, and Weissman was actually nice enough not to kill off his, you know, might be his brother or maybe cousin or something like that.
Yeah, cousin.
So he just let Gordius go.
The only other he would have some good. He would still keep in touch with is Self.
Oh, of course. He would definitely tell Self about his school and stuff like that.
Yeah, and he would keep track of the other, because remember, he is the Marin that is mirrors.
Okay. Oh yeah. So maybe he's the one who makes the portals for Gordius to let the guys go through.
Yeah, I am loving this lore.
I'm sorry.
This is the closest thing, people. This is the closest thing we're gonna get to a Knights in Klonoa crossover for this AU.
Klonoa, yeah. There'd be something interesting, and who knows? Maybe those
I
another.
could actually do a design for Gaudius.
Oh yes. And then what if the other school was actually a Sonic school?
No, we're not going there. We're not going there. Let's just keep it between. Let's just keep it as it is.
Okay.
We're not getting the Kingdom Hearts territory.
Oh, not yet.
Ugh.
But it would be interesting. But hey, perhaps that would be a different part of the story.
Yeah, these would be multiple chapters.
So maybe the first one would be the Nightmare School, and then second one would be, I don't know.
Yeah, and what if for Gaudius' school we have the Nightmares?
Oh, of course, Weissman would. What if Weissman found out about Gaudius' school? And
yeah,
I don't know. It's fine. And I don't know. Maybe he'll send his kin, the young Nightmares there.
Yeah, Rial is like a top student, and Knights is Knights.
God, now Knights is the headache to Gaudius.
Yeah, that'd be what Nightmare Klonoa is. Well, if it isn't Mr. Pickaxe, been a long time. You again. I dread seeing you again, Knights. Please excuse them. They are but nothing but a child right now. I can imagine Knights wearing like a type of jacket.
I think Gaudius would have more stripper, uniforms things. So pretty much the Nightmares would have two uniforms.
Yeah, Puffy is gonna be music teacher, obvious, and arts. She actually works those type of jobs.
Okay, right. Swimming classes would have to be with Gulpo.
Gulpo is definitely a swim class.
Yep. Defense class would have to be. What if? What is that other guy's name that's from Journey of Dreams?
Garania?
Yeah. What if he's? I know he's Metal Fist, but what if he has a different form that actually shaped as a knight?
That would make sense. I actually kind of made him like a gladiator.
Right.
Oh, I just had this crazy idea. What if instead of like a security guard, it's Cerberus?
Oh yeah. What if
that's even more why the students would be how they are?
Yeah. Listen. What if there's this idea of what if the day school actually has a little trip to the night school?
And Cerberus is there.
Oh yeah, Cerberus, but Gaudius knows more about Cerberus than anybody, so he knows how to control Cerberus.
Yes, because he's that powerful still.
He's not completely weak, but since he did adopt NK, I can see NK just like, my babies! He'd be loving the dogs.
Yeah, it's pretty much one of the rare. It's pretty much one of the rarest occasions where Cerberus isn't trying to maul anyone.
Of course. I just think NK would just love Cerberus. Like, I don't know, since he did grow up with Basai Gladius did raise him up.
Why do I imagine that NK also has a sort of attachment to, say, Riala or Jackal?
Oh, yes. And oh no, that means he's gonna have to meet up with the others are gonna meet up with the other encounters.
Yeah,
No.
his brother and boyfriend.
Mhm.
Nightmare Arrow's boyfriend.
Yep.
Or as I call him, Arson and Midnight.
Oh yeah. Both of them are gonna both of them are gonna be something, but
He's like,
they ha-
well, hey, Nightmare Arrow, he would just go, well, look who came crawling back.
Oh, it's you two.
What you doing What you doing back here, Cotton? You done playing with the good kids?
It's none of your business what you're doing here. All you gotta know is that you gotta stay out of my way.
Ooh, a tough attitude we got there. Or is it you gone soft? You would have usually thrown punches by now.
Well,
And that's when Gun steps in. Is there a problem here? Are you guys messing with him? Hmm? Oh, you're the goody wolf boy, aren't you? Yeah, we've heard about you. Funny. Is your dad still in the dark moment? Or has he finally decided to man up and be a father? And he's just growling, but he's like, don't test me. He just got here, and you guys have to be jerks. I'm sorry, but we'll be taking our leave. Say what you want. Our school is way better than yours. We are way more prepared than you are.
well, guns is better than both of you.
and then I can imagine Arrow just like, come on, Guns. What do you say we check more of this out? Yeah. I don't really like those two. Yeah, I can already tell. Oh, hey. Where'd you get that outfit? From the low grain store? Was that really supposed to be an insult? That seemed weak. And where'd you get your uniform? The dollar store or something? Why you? Huh? Trying to go throw with those words, huh? I'll have you know this is Gucci. And then Midnight's just like, he grabs hold of him and is like, now, babe. Don't let him get to you. He'll know what comes. They'll know. Fine. Come on. What do you say we go mess with the mantle?
Gonna mess with Jacko.
Of course. Who are those? Of course, Arrow just being like, just who were those guys? Why they look a bit like us?
Oh, they're nightmare characters. Like I am Klonoa's nightmare character. I mean, everybody has them, but those two are the only ones that are, how can I say, more bullies around this area. But Since they're going to battle Jacko now, I could see they're going to get a nice long talk by someone.
I heard, I, I heard that wolf guy just literally called the other one babe. Does that mean they're?
Yep, they're dating.
Of course, Arrow and Guns, they would look at each other awkwardly and just like, well, that's one thing we don't have in common. Yeah. I'd rather us just not be copying.
Of all places, they would have choose to hang out. They had to come bother. But whatever. Come on. I'll show you guys around. I'll show you my favorite spot to hang out with.
And thus they follow.
Of course, he was definitely showed him the part where his favorite spot, knowing that it's just a really nice hangout.
And it's like,
I'm thinking like maybe it's like a place full of darkness, but you can see the stars and everything.
wow, this is really pretty.
Yep. Me and my dad like to hang around in this area. He says that they could tell stories. These stars thingies. But honestly, he's the only one who could do it. I'm still in hell. But it's kind of a cool place to hang out.
He sounds like a really, really good guy.
Oh, he's the best. But lately, he's been working hard.
So, I never really asked, but what's he like?
Well, yeah, he could be intimidating sometimes, but he's actually a pretty cool guy when you get to know him.
Huh.
I mean, you're gonna see him at times. I mean, sometimes he would, I don't know, read those weird romantic books and, I don't know, talk to himself about random stuff.
Oh, he's a hopeless romantic.
Well, I guess, yeah. But he really is a cool guy. Hopefully, maybe he might meet up with him later on.
If you say so.
Mm-hmm. The boys just hang out in a nice area. But anyways, this is like a little class trip. I think Garland would be the one who takes them to the area.
Yes. And, oh my gosh. What if one of these classes is literally. Now, if they were to encounter a nightmare and such, I could see one of them being claws.
Of course, Claus. Claus would be definitely the explosion guy.
Except
NK.
he's not nearly as out of control as Garland with his.
Yep. Because there's like lots of classes, but NK would definitely tell them to close their ears when they get close to Puffy's room.
Yeah, because she can literally shatter glass
Because.
and make others go dizzy.
Because. So that's why he hands them like ear mops or something like that.
Yep.
But I think in maybe one of the classes that NK would like to go in is Jacko's room.
Yeah. I'm not sure what kind of task Jackal would be doing.
Let's think. I don't know. Maybe might be talking about some random old stuff and like that, like almost like history, but in nightmare history or something like that. Because he is the oldest, remember?
Plus, he would mention about how he's a fortune teller.
Of course. So pretty much, NK would like to be hanging around Jackal and stuff like that. But those other classes.
Oh my
Queen
god!
Bella would
Oh?
Queen Bella would definitely have to be the drama teacher.
You also have Bomumba, who isn't weird. I see her as a cafeteria.
Oh, cafeteria. Maybe she does potions to teach others how to do spells and everything.
Yes.
Did you get what they're saying? Nice to Yala.
That's just a hairball. I didn't know that.
That's disgusting.
Well, you never really been in this area. Why do I imagine that Nightmare Klonoa, it's been a long time since he's actually seen other nightmares, including Riala.
Oh, of course.
Nightmare Klonoa?
Oh.
Is that you?
Huh? Whoa. Man! Look at you!
And look at you. Getting a little taller, I see.
Heck yeah! And I can see you actually has some nice colors to you, man.
I even sharpened a bit of my horns.
You're looking fancy today.
But of course.
Seems like you're trying to impress someone.
Maybe I'm not. Speaking of which, are these the other students you send letters about?
Oh yeah!
Wait. Of course, Klonoa's like, wait, you send letters?
Yeah. I mean, when I get the time. I mean, Mr. Garland always lets me use the mail when I want to send letters, but hey! Yeah, I always send stuff.
Of course, he will be looking at them and such. But it's nothing too serious.
Yeah, I don't write anything embarrassing. Innocent embarrassing.
Do tell.
But anyways, Riala, the Klonoa era and guns.
Wow. And, I never thought I'd see a jester around here. And someone who doesn't really look like a creep. Huh. Are you like some kind of mime or something? No, this is how I normally look. And I'm guessing that Joga gave you some problems. Tell me about it.
They'll hate him for taking my doorway.
When did that happen? It's a long story.
Yeah, the guy took away my dough when I played a little trick on him.
He didn't try anything else, did he? Oh, I remember what NK said. And then he would basically gestures him to come a little closer where he would whisper it. And then Riel is just like, he would be just shocked and disgusted at that. I believe I need to bring this up with Gaudius. And he looks at neighbor Klonoa, all serious, but also shows the concern. You know, you don't have to hide this kind of stuff. If he is trying to be, if he's trying to make you into something that you're not, just let us know, okay?
Yeah. Whatever. Anyways, come on, guys. I want to show you around more.
Huh. You know, for someone who looks kind of intimidating, he really seems to care about you.
Me and Rihanna, we're actually good friends. Not just him, even his sibling.
I like to think that they're gonna visit him.
Yeah. Anyways, if I know where they are, it has to be the back area. Come on.
I get a bad feeling about this.
Okay, he takes them to the back area. Well, it's kind of, beautiful in a way.
Like a garden.
Yes.
So, where is he? I can't see anything. Yeah, isn't he supposed to be here? They hear like the wind, but then, my, look what we have here. Some little kitties seem to have gotten lost.
There he is.
They look around and it's like, I can't see anything. What is this? Some kind of trick?
It's not a trick.
Maybe it isn't.
Come on, Jackal. Stop playing around.
Okay, have to ruin the fun. I like to think that Jekyll would actually give him his own little nickname. Hello. It's been a while, little shadow. Shadow?
It's the little nickname he gave me. Well, it's been a while. Jackie.
And then they see that he appears. It's like, what? What? How did you? I am the one and only Mentor. The name is Jackal. Second level, master of fortune telling, and most importantly, one cool teacher that the students just love, aside from two of them.
Hey, I say you're the one in top of my list if I come back to school here.
always a charm to have you around.
Yeah. And it's always nice to be here. I mean, it's been so long. I like what you've done to the place.
Thank you. I've actually had quite a bit of help.
Oh, really?
Yep. If anything, it's good to have you back, kiddo. I really missed you.
Yeah, it's good to come back. I wonder if I would come back to school here, but then again, I wouldn't mind staying a little bit more longer in my residential school.
Don't worry. Let's just say that Gotti is making some arrangements. Though, I highly recommend you watch out for a certain tapir.
Huh?
I think he's up to no good.
Oh, is something going up?
Hold on. Who exactly are you talking about? Yeah, just who exactly is it? There's this tapir guy. I think he mentioned that during the day he's like a janitor at your school. Wait, Mr. Bagoo? Huh, he didn't really seem all that bad.
Oh, yeah, about that, you guys. You won't believe it, but he's actually, one of the strict, powerful professors in this area.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you'll see. I mean, his classroom's just right there, points where the window is.
And then they go and listen, and they see that he's given the lecture. And why do I imagine that the room is like, I don't know, like an dark emerald green with some green fire torch?
Yeah, it's him. It's his class.
And they are hearing, and they are witnessing just. And one of the students, they were not exactly following along, and Magoo, he just launched a spell.
Oh, curse. One of those, maybe a little curse.
Yeah, that makes him look like a pig.
God.
Sheesh. Whoa. That's not right. Sheesh. That's awful.
To be honest, he makes Zacho look less intimidating, but honestly, he's one of the worstest ones here. I mean, most of the teachers here are kind of nicer than him, but I say this guy is more likely a freaking idiot. One of the teachers that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm stopped.
It's okay. Magic Klonoa being like, did he do something to you? Was it really that bad?
Well, I think he is the one who got me into a different school. But hey, I'm not the only one who got into his spells. I mean, not just me. Like, I think the others did. I mean, if we even tried to report him, that nobody would listen.
Not even your dad?
Yeah, every time when we try to report him, but he threatens us.
Well, that just doesn't. That's just not right.
That's just the way things run in the nightmare school.
I mean, I know it's a neighbor school, but this is ridiculous.
Right. But whatever. Let's move on to something else.
And then they go, why do I feel like that when they meet Claus, he's just like chilling, he's like napping or something.
Because you see that.
Why isn't this okay? What brings you here, child?
Oh, it's the loaf. Everybody, meet Claus. Claus, meet everybody.
Of course, Guns is a bit unnerved because kind of reminds him of Jenga a bit.
Of course. But then
Hey.
he always likes calling the cat a loaf.
Wow, so this cat's also a teacher? But of course. I don't know why I made it French.
Okay, now I gotta do it. He's the French teacher. He teaches the French because Rihanna gets it from him.
You came around at a good time, actually. I just happened to be waking up from a mere nap.
Oh, no.
What can I do for you, children?
I'm just throwing them around. And I thought this would be a nice place to sew them because, well, it's kind of one of the nicest classes.
Well, that's rather nice of you to suggest it. So, what do you teach around here? Why, rockets, of course. My specialty. You want to see an example?
Damn right!
He gets like he gets one, sets that up, and his tail's literally a lighter.
Oh, yes.
Might want to stand back for this one.
They all stand back.
And then firework. Whoa! It's a firework. But of course.
Yeah, Claudio especially likes to do the fireworks, especially special occasions and stuff like that. This is one of my favorite classes.
I can tell you're in much better spirits.
Yeah, I've been in better school thanks to Dad. But anyways, any requests that you guys want to look at?
Hey, I know this is gonna sound weird, but do you mind a bit of petting, if that's fine? It's not often I get requests that, but sure, go ahead. Whoa, so soft. For a big, scary-looking cat, it really is. Jenga would never let anyone pet him. At least not like this.
Yeah. Honestly, Jinga is a different case of everything.
It sounds like someone who is the least bit fun kind of teacher. Oh, tell us about it.
He's the history teacher, but I don't mind him at all. I mean, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, except that one time when he came in drunk.
Wait. Yeah, he came in drunk once, but hey, did you see the way he threw that chalk at that kid?
Yeah, he got in trouble for that one.
Yeah, I think the emperor put him on, what do you call it? Genital duty for at least 2 days or something.
Yep. I knew he was shit at his job, but that's ridiculous.
Hey, I still find it funny that he threw the chalk at someone when that kid was definitely interrupting him. But hey, it was something.
I imagine that gosh, what about Gilwing?
I think it would be a special class for people who are learning how to, like
Ah, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
maybe fly or I don't know, dragon stuff. Dragon stuff.
Yeah, learning flight.
Or maybe teaching about the persona, the dragon persona mask.
Yeah, that too. Okay. And I definitely know that Julius wouldn't have this, but this would have been Joker's selection. Where can I learn about sex ed?
What the? We just hear that out down the hallway, or no, just walking down the hallway or something like that. Be like,
And Errol just heard that clearly. Wait, they have that class? Dude, why don't we have that class? I think that kind of topic isn't really ready yet.
Klonoa, I think Klonoa and Kid be so confused because they're still kind of preteen, so they'd be like, what is sex ed?
It's more for those who are going through change, and well, it means when you're becoming a little older and such and your body changes, that means you're going to be experiencing things that you really should get to learning about. Not too much, but the basics first.
Huh.
Why do I imagine Joka, the fact that he's like a drama teacher, but he's teaching about this stuff?
Of course, in this school.
And not why do I imagine Knight's making the comments like, why people making it an issue about gender? What about those who are not gendered?
Of course, Nightmares will be confused, like, why the fuck? I think Joker might be playing a dirty trick on them, but hey, it's Joker.
Joker would be like, you do realize you can swap gender, right? You can become it when you dualize. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Of course, I like to think that Arson would be like, that means you were doing it with a visitor. What? Yeah. I guess that makes you a freaking hooker. Now, calm down. Arson, this will not be tolerated, and you will go straight to Gaudius's office.
Oh, I think either he would say Gaudius or straight to Bagu's class,
like,
detention.
Or would you rather go to Bagu's class? Oh, shut up. That's what I thought.
The teachers know what Bagu does, but they don't report him, I think. Oh, maybe it's only Joker that knows, or it might be other teachers.
Yep.
But it is an interesting idea. What about Chamberlain? What the?
Chamberlain. Oh, maybe he teaches about like card tricks or something.
Oh yeah, maybe he.
Or maybe an obstacle course of can they spot him?
Oh yeah, senses. Of course, they had to have the senses.
Yeah, like key.
Which would definitely find him very quickly. Like, he's over there.
It's like you need to keep an eye out for anything silhouette moving.
You can just see Realis pointing him out, and Knights is just looking all around, like confused, like.
I can't see him. Where is he? Knights. Do you see anything odd? Like, do you see anything that's moving?
I could totally see Chapman just being the kind of joke he is, just playing tricks on them.
And he would send his cards out just to distract.
Of course.
Oh, and bombs.
Holy crap, yeah. He's trying to make it harder for the Nightmares.
Until Riella just, like, tags him on the head, or at least gets his hat. Yeah! Get back here with that!
Of course. I think, yeah, Riella would be the top student, and then Who would be the second and third one?
Hmm. That's what I basically want. You know
Oh,
what?
what if
What do you?
what if
What's
it's what if it's Midnight and Austin?
Yeah, they're like the very top. They're also very key students.
Yeah,
They may be jerks, but they are top of their classes,
of course.
and no one messes with them because they are just that strong.
Of course. I think Bagu would mostly hide his cruelty when Real is around because he doesn't want to be found out about what he's doing.
Yeah, Real is not intelligent enough to know that Bagu is strange. Even when he's in the classes, he observes very carefully.
Yeah, this guy acts very strange.
Even would get some kind of word that Bagu would speak rather threateningly to students that really stepped out of line.
Of course, those who might have accidentally did something or will kind of loosen their place in Nightmare.
Or they would get reported like, what if the students that really screwed up were never seen again?
Oh, because of Bagu? Yes.
Yes. Even Garland would have to admit that Bagu is someone he'd rather not work with.
Yeah. It's just I don't know. It's just I don't know. Maybe Goddess doesn't know anything about what's going on. All he knows is that well, Real is all he knows is that his teachers are loyal, but he didn't know anything about Bagu because he just I don't know. He's been requested by someone to be a teacher. Oh, what if it was Weissman himself who actually made Bagu a teacher there?
Yes. But the only other who seems to be also monitoring is Self.
Well, yes.
And okay, I just want to see. He actually sends his three nightmares to participate.
Oh, of course.
They aren't teachers, but students.
What if they disguise themselves as like regular nightmares, but I don't know, they're playing it low?
Yes, they keep a low profile. That's one of their main skills is that they go undetected. Even the most high-ranking nightmares can't tell it's them.
Yes. Let's just say they go unfamiliar, as in, who knows, maybe they take a different form.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting to see the other nightmares there.
Yes. They can't really interfere with a lot of things, but they are going undercover.
All they
So
can do for now is just stay undercover until it's the right time to come out.
now King Julius, the snake boy, he would mostly talk things out. Conversation, get information that way. Even use the hypnotism to actually get what he wants.
Of course.
And as for Magnum, well, he wouldn't be fazed by Bagoo because, well, he doesn't really have that sense of fear in him. Now, they wouldn't know what they really look like because he's never really seen what they look like.
I think it'd be like in part of the torment that they would sew up because I don't know, maybe Riala would suspect something of Bagu.
Yeah. Dear God, it feels like out of Equestria Girls.
Oh no, don't bring another.
I'm
Better not be
joking.
wrong,
Don't
Nicholas.
worry, I'm not. Don't worry, I'm not fully saying reasons.
Oh, thank goodness. Again, not a big fan.
But yeah, during tournament,
I'll definitely be a captain of the volleyball team. Or the tennis team.
now who would be captain of the light school?
Oh. Almond? Almond? You know that bandit girl? I forgot her name. Give me a minute. Sorry, people, I am texting and I cannot stop.
You're good.
Give me. Yes, give me those. Give me those. I wanna see more. Oh, there we go.
Oh?
I'm thinking this one. Here, let me just give you the picture. Oh. I think C would fit.
Okay.
Yep. I just think that C would fit. I forgot her name. Emma? Almond? Ah! But I think C would fit
Oh.
as the captain of the groups.
Yeah, that works. That'll work.
And those more characters that I wanted to put in. I already know. I already put the Don. I can't say his name. As one of the as a gym teacher. I know Chippo is a student and Almond's a student. Oh, what about this guy? Here, let me just get his name for ya.
Okay.
Yeah, people, I am looking these characters up again because I totally forgot their names. But
That's okay.
I want to give them some light. This one. What would he do?
Zwiggle. Yeah, the vampire guy.
Maybe he would be another teacher
Yeah.
because it does look ancient. Ancient.
What, would he be like the sub history teacher?
Sub history teacher. Maybe he would, and then he has a different class. Maybe this class is more likely to be for, I don't know, census as well, or something like that.
Yeah. So yeah, there would be the usual this would be a special kind of tournament. This is basically of their skills.
Because that would be volleyball, tennis, and some other games.
There will be something involved flying and such.
Oh,
But
jeez.
the thing is, Arrow is a super jumper.
Oh yeah, he is.
There will be see if you can hit the target, which Guns would do.
Yeah, and there would be Archer or something like that.
Or use magic.
Oh, magic is gonna be something.
Well, magic for those at the Nightmare School, whereas the others, they're allowed to use weapons.
As long as they hit the target, it counts.
Yes. And I think for someone like the King of Sorrow, it would involve, well, his intelligence.
Well, Curse, and some of his skills too, because the guy can fly too, right?
Yes. And he would, I think he would go, I think he would definitely work, he would definitely make that work.
Curse, he'll try to do as much as he can for his team, because I can see Almond trying to get him to other sports. Or maybe Chipple would become his friend too. Would help him
Yeah.
out.
Because Chipple is a good boy. He's a good boy.
Yeah. Perhaps they will ask him for, help and stuff like that. And others will be helping.
And then, well, you got, oh God, could you imagine Guns versus Midnight?
Oh, that would be definitely a student round.
Yeah. And he would just make a bit of a slight jab. It's like, what'd you do? How'd you get your fur like that? Dyed it in bleach? It's funny. Could have sworn you were more of a. I don't know what kind of. I'm not sure what kind of reply. I'm not sure what kind of comeback that would be, but it would just show that, oh yeah, they're definitely gonna be having an interesting match.
A little rivalship, not letting everything, what happened go.
Yeah. Guns would have to admit, this guy is tough.
Okay.
But Midnight would actually see that Guns is no slouch either.
Both of them would definitely have to hit the targets more faster and quicker.
And he would not cheat. He would not exactly be that kind that would.
Okay. But knowing, well, maybe Bagu would try to sabotage some people.
Yeah. Definitely sabotage.
I mean, he wants his team to win. But it's interesting.
And then Guns's weapon would just like suddenly jam when it literally wasn't before. Of course, Midnight, he would notice this. And okay, should he take the shot or should he just stop? Because he's basically the least aggressive out of the two.
So maybe they would stop, because a gun malfunctioning can be dangerous.
Of course, yeah, he would just okay, instead of like what Guns is using, this guy's using like a rifle.
Oh yes.
Of course, he was like, hang on, can I take a look at that?
I think they have assigned guns because the teachers don't want to accidentally get somebody's head shot off.
Yes. And Bagoo, he's just shocked that one of his top students is actually helping the competitor.
Oh yeah. This is not
Because
gonna be good. But
because if anything, this guy, he plays to win, but he also wants to play fair.
occurs. It just fits. Sorry guys, getting tired here.
And he would actually get it working again.
Of course, he would definitely take Guns' weapon and fix it and then give it back.
Ironic, because I don't think Guns would be the type to actually know how to fix his own weapons.
Not yet. He still needs to learn that from his pops. How to.
Whereas Midnight, he pretty much learned that because he technically doesn't have a father.
Well, most of his intelligence comes from the teachers.
Yep.
But yeah.
Guns would just be, he was just saying, thanks, but why'd you help me back there? You could have just won. Midnight would just reply with, I don't know. I guess in my way, I prefer a fair fight. And that there was not fair. Someone must have jammed your gun. Wait, jammed it? How did you? I checked. It was sealed by magic. And there's only one with magic that powerful. Look, between you and I, you best lay low with it.
Stay low until he gets caught.
Yeah, I don't get it. First you were being a jerk to us. Now you're suddenly helping? What is with you? Because I saw a little myself in you. Saw someone who I want to be.
Oh, this is sweet.
Don't worry about Arson. He's like me. We're no different. It's just how things are in this school. Keep your friends together.
Of course, stay together. Don't, because that guy.
Yeah. So the difference between Guns and Midnight is that Midnight is a bit more mature. He doesn't act super rational. He's a
Right.
cold-blooded killer, but he's got some nobleness to him. When he sees someone who can actually put up some skill, he can respect that.
Oh yes.
Also, he's just a sweetheart to Arson.
Of course, this is so sweet, babies.
Also, I don't think Nightmare Klonoa would know why the two were just so much big jerks.
We will never know until they release it. Till they tell.
Yep. As for Arson, what do you think would happen with him? Like, he would be facing Arrow, or would he be taking on Klonoa?
I think he would take on both of them. More likely, he would go for Arrow first, and maybe he got under Arrow's skin really bad, and who knows? Maybe Klonoa would take that revenge and get Austin back on another, I don't know, event.
Yeah, like he actually managed to. Oh,
maybe switch it around. He sets up into Klonoa.
your brother has super hearing, and boots and the ability to jump super high. Wow, it's no wonder why you're the second player. You'll never be like him. The dude has been traveling, and you're stuck with your grandfather. It's no wonder why you barely had any friends till now. Still, you still want to take me on?
Klonoa would try to take him on, but I don't know. This event was on Austin's side, more likely.
I think it's a platforming level.
Oh, of course.
Involving jumps and a choice. You can choose to keep platforming or swim.
I don't know. Maybe Klonoa would back out.
Oh, what's the matter? The water's all fine.
Klonoa would run off.
Giving up so soon? And here I thought you were talking big shot. Klonoa, he'd be embarrassed, but I think he would be upset. He normally doesn't cry, but I think some things would just get to him.
Of course, because of the water and everything, and hearing that from this somebody who looks like his brother is
Of course, I think Arrow would just tell King to go check on Klonoa.
of course, and while he takes on the nightmare.
Hey! Velvet cake! Huh?
Oh,
Yeah?
you're going up against him?
Of course. I'm not gonna let anyone bully my brother that way.
Mm.
Anyone who messes with my brother, it's not gonna end well.
Mm. All right then.
Just make sure he's okay, okay?
Right. He runs off.
Oh, look at this. If it isn't Mr. Bat Boy himself. You're gonna finish what your brother couldn't? And here I thought he was some sort of big shot. That may not be true. But if anything, he's a lot more nicer than you.
Yeah, I think before they even start the battle, Klonoa was just trying to be nice, like, may the best carrot or something win. And just, triggers him.
I think Arson would have also gave a heads up. Is like, you do know that extra fur is gonna weigh you down. Did you not groom yourself before coming here?
Okay.
Sheesh. It's no wonder why you're slacking. Having that extra fluff is not gonna do you any good.
He gets afraid, of course. Afraid of water, afraid of what happened, afraid what to say. But after that, Era does take on, I can't say his name,
Arson.
Arson. And then, what if Bagul plays a dirty trick again?
Oh, I actually have this idea. And I know this is going to be dirty to Arrow, but what if it causes Arrow to sprain his ankle, causing him to causing him to not being able to use his jump ability?
Yeah, it's something that. What if it, like, I don't know, in middle of the stage the lights go out and Arrow missed his landing, or slipped up his landing. He falls. Oh, he
Yeah.
twisted his ankle right close to the exit.
Yeah. And he goes right into, well, wait, would it be like a black hole down there? Not like more like a pit.
Honestly, if the lights were off, I think Bagu would change it to something like a bird and catch or the carrot. Who knows? Oh, what do you think?
Hmm.
So much ideas, but I could see the other one catches him. Oh, I don't know. What do you think?
Of course, I think Arson would just sort of notice.
But too late reaction.
I think even Midnight would actually have noticed it.
Yeah, maybe a few people would notice it. The ones that can see.
Yeah, because nightmares.
Of course. Ugh. It's an idea, but it's something.
Yeah, so Arrow, he's gonna be out for a bit.
Of course.
It's not a leg cramp. Far from it. It's just a sprained ankle.
Yeah, and I could see. What's that woman's name? Melanie or something. She's from Klonoa Empire. That singer.
Oh.
She would be one of them. She would be a nose.
Oh.
Okay, what is her name? Give me her name. Ah. Oh, this is her name. Got her. And
Okay.
there's her. There's her picture. This young lady. Young lady. This lady would be the nurse to help others.
Aha.
Because I think it fits.
That could work.
It just fits. She helps out Errol.
Yeah, and he tells the others that he's sorry, that he didn't expect that he failed them. He let them down.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I think the funny thing is that, ironically enough, it's Midnight who actually confronts them. That was no accident. It was set up.
Another setup.
A setup? What do you mean by that? Have you
Yes.
noticed it's kind of strange that the lights suddenly started flickering and then went off the moment you jumped? Just assume that this had a power outage. This school never has power outages.
Someone is playing dirty.
So you guys, you don't cheat? No, we play fair. But someone here apparently wanted to make a difference.
But who would do such a thing?
Of course, I think he would look at over at NK.
Hmm?
You know who it is.
Is it that creep?
Bingo.
But what are we gonna do?
Well, we don't have the methods of catching him yet. However, I have hidden cameras. Wait, why do you have hidden? Wait, why do you have Don't. That part is only for me and Arson to know. Rest, you don't. What I'm
What's the
saying
next?
is that
Oh.
we use the cameras, try to catch him in the act, and we'll show Gaudius.
Yeah, but isn't the last tournament is coming up?
Yes. So?
I heard the others saying that it's something called Cats or the Frag or something like that.
Wonder what that is.
I have no idea, but I think Gaudius would explain what it is. But until then, keep our eyes wide open and see what comes next. It'd be definitely interesting. I think it'd be like, I don't know, maybe. It would be definitely the last one. 2 groups.
Yes.
2 teams going up against each other. You know? Okay. Give me a bit.
Oh?
Just a little bit. Be right back.
Alright.
Oh, did you pause it?
The thing can't be paused.
Okay. Okay. This is it right here.
Oh?
This is the game that I'm thinking that should be the last one for the tournament because I think it fits. But here's the link to it.
Oh. I'm not familiar. I don't think I'm familiar with that.
Oh. Here. Let me get this image up. Here it is.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
But it would be more open team. But anyways, I'm gonna unpause this. I'm back, people. Anyways, I was just explaining what Cats of the Flag is to Ashley, but it looks interesting, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
But we can make the teams more bigger and everything, but it looks very awesome to do it for the last tournament, and I think Bagu would play very, very dirty in this one.
Yes. This time having in a bunch of rogue moves and all that.
Rogue moves, maybe in the Nightmare side he actually might have let go of a beast.
Oh, like Cerberus.
Or maybe serious, or maybe a new threat. Something that Wiseman allowed him to keep as a pet.
That would definitely be insane.
Yeah. It'd be interesting and it'd be something that can go into wood. It'd be in a wooded area, in a woods area, so it might be something that goes in the trees.
Yeah.
I think I remember something. I think I remember a character that matches that area, but I don't know. I mean, I did make one nightmare nightmare enemy or something like that. But I don't know. But it's an interesting idea.
Yeah. And oh boy. I think it would be like a first time that Arson showed that hey, something's not right.
Yeah. Something isn't right. Something is going definitely wrong.
And I like as soon as the thing had sights on NK, because I think Bagoo wanted to teach him a very harsh lesson.
I think Bagoo was after the guy because maybe I don't know. Maybe Guardius did a good favor on sending NK away because that guy was really on his back.
Yeah, he wanted him to be to be like the others.
True, but NK was just too different.
Yeah. And at this point, Arson is like, look out!
Jumps out of the way before it hits him. What is that?
I don't know, but it's certainly ugly.
What? What do we do?
You got that stupid ring that Gaudius gave you?
What? Wait, I think I have it in my pocket, but got it. But
Well, you better hurry up and use it. Looks like we gotta fight.
fight? Are you serious? You want me to fight that?
You know these guys have weak points.
Right. Try. Put it on.
And I'm not sure what kind of weapon Arson would have.
What if it's a thrown weapon?
I would imagine some kind of sharp boomerang.
Maybe something like that, or maybe what if he has a trident?
A trident.
Yeah, or something like that. A trident, a boomerang, and maybe since he is kind of something like arrow, maybe a different kind of crossbow.
Yeah, but this one would be more dark base.
Oh, of course. But it is an interesting idea. What if the creature was something something like a hedgehog or a mole?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Something that digs underground and makes holes in the ground, maybe trapping the players in it.
Yeah. I'm sure Leorina would have noticed.
Yeah. I could see her just being the one on her airship, letting letting teachers look down on the players.
Mm-hmm.
And they could see it. They could see what's going on.
Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. That'd be something.
Yes. And maybe Bagu would set up a dream burial or something like that. People can be in, but people can't get out.
Yes.
And I think maybe the Elsa would get stuck in it too, making it an easier target to be shot down. Maybe Bagu would do that, but then that's dark. I'm going dark. I'm sorry.
Who would he be targeting?
I was saying Bagu might be targeting the blimp because Murray got stuck inside the barrier as well.
Oh, that definitely would be dirty.
Oh, so I'm thinking who would be in the blimp would be Lorena, Tat. Any ideas who could be in there?
I'm thinking, say, Garland?
Yeah, maybe some nightmares would be in there, and Garland, Jenga, maybe. Not Jenga. Garland. Maybe
Claws?
Patrick. I don't know. I'm just trying to think, but it would be dangerous.
Yes, but a few of these nightmares can fly.
Occurs, but it's kind of the blimp did get stuck up there because it's a camera blimp. It's trying to look up down upon the players.
Sure, it would. I think it would actually catch a bit of Bagoo what he's doing.
Occurs, and I think since some nightmares can fly, I think they would put it even for the players who are on the ground. You know, go on foot,
Yes.
play fair and everything. This works.
Yes. That'd make the most sense there.
Yep. It's getting really late. It's like 3 o'clock, 3:35 for me.
Oh ho boy.
And this recording's been almost like 4 hours.
Well, in a way, yeah, but if there's anything that I would have to say is, yeah, I like how this is going. I liked how this was going. So pretty certain that Bagoo would slightly take over the school, only for students of both sides actually team up and actually take him on.
Okay. He would show his true form if they find him out.
And the nightmares that used to be top students no longer wanted to deal with him, and Nightmare Klonoa would actually learn that this whole time their attitudes were simply because of this guy.
Okay, this guy's been a fucking idiot. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys. I just swear for the first round.
Yeah, and it would definitely be a little heart to heart between the bros and just like, hey man, about all those times ago, how much of a jerk I've been. Hope we can start over and make amends.
Yeah, you and your boyfriend were such a jerk, but hey, you are my brother, so well, I forgive you.
I believe he would give him the noogies. That is the slightest bit of affection he'd give him. Couldn't agree more, you little gremlin.
Hey!
Gaudius is like, after all this time, I was never informed of the actions you have caused. I had a feeling that Nightmare Klonoa was sent for a good reason. I could not say for the others. But now, it's no longer need to be a threat. I do believe that Self will have a long word with you. Of course, Self is actually very powerful, and he can deal with this.
Self. Okay. This is what I was thinking. Self is the freaking vice principal.
Yeah, and he would appear. And he's just, he literally is just like ancient looking, with a big freaking cloak and all that.
Of course, and well, since he is the vice principal, he would have something that resembles Gaudius.
And Wiseman.
Mm-hmm.
He would actually have some gold on him.
Of course. This Self is different design, I guess.
That is indeed true. And my fellow Nightmares made sure of it.
Snaps his finger.
Oh, no! Where are you sending me? I believe someone can actually answer that question. And then I think he would look over to Arsene. It's like, you're going to Brazil! Wait, what is that? No!
But Brazil. Everyone just Nightmare. Klonoa just falls back laughing.
The others would just follow suit too.
Oh, that's the best joke ever.
I think Julius would be surprised to actually finally meet Self in person.
Well now, you're the Self that Gaudius been talking about. It's about time we met. He puts his hands out.
And it certainly has. Pleasure is all mine. I do apologize if I was late. I was busy negotiating with my father. But it is not an issue anymore. Now things should be progressing within this school. It was only a matter of time.
Sounds like the school's going to be a better place now.
Indeed. While we are Nightmares, our process is not to be what Bagoo had done.
So, would that mean you're going to, you know...
It is.
I see.
And since the tournament was rigged, I do believe that it would be wise if we postpone until all has been recovered.
Understandable. I need my students to be at the top best.
As do ours. We simply do wish to have a more fair tournament.
So do we, yeah. So do I. Oh, this tournament.
The idea it's just too good.
Yes, and sorry people have been been mostly focused on the tournament, but hey, I love the idea.
Gosh, if we get around to doing the story, it's gonna be awesome.
Honestly, we should start with a real play first and then start this stuff.
Yeah.
Or something like that, I don't know.
That's okay.